Okay, now as you can see, the software's been loaded, and how I got it on there was I loaded this first disk. This is called the MPC software, and of course it says load this disk first. So I loaded that disk first, and I got my software here. So my application folder, and I opened it. So the next one I had to load, I loaded the 809 expansion kit. Now we got four of them, so that's one of them there. We got the noise also, the noise MPC expansion kit. We got something here called WB, and that's the MPC expansion kit as well. And one last one called the bank. And right there's the bank. Now once I load them up, you see in my browser here on the left-hand side, I've got my browser right here. I just navigate here by clicking here and going to where that's at and what drive it's on. Once I'm there, it's in my library, as you can see, application support, and it's in that AKAI MPC folder. And we'll see I've got the MPC factory content, MPC documents, home folder, documents, desktop C. So I'm just going right to this folder here. Now before you start, it's important for you to have your system set up properly. If you're running a Mac or a PC, you need to know what are the requirements to run the Renaissance software. So there's a little manual that comes with this, and there's a reference manual that's on the install disk. And here we have here, I've already installed it, so here it is, installing the MPC software. And here are our system requirements for PC and Mac. Now follow this, you should have no problems at all. Now I keep my manual running, of course, particularly when I'm trying to explain to people how a system works. I already know it from reading it somewhat, and then I want to go over some ideas. So we're going to go over a lot of stuff that's not in the manual as well too, and then we're going to tell you what to do throughout this entire lesson plan for everything. But we're going to explain everything step by step. So before you start for the first time, you need to unlock the MPC software. And there are some steps to do that, of course, in the manual. You've got to connect the MPC Renaissance to a power source, put the USB cable in, put the other end in the computer, power your MPC Renaissance up, open the Mac software, and then there are going to be some boxes that appear to fill out, of course. And put the information in, and you're good to go. And you see some stuff right here. This is what you're going to see. You fill that out. Unlock now. Use web for form. Enter the code. Or cancel. See, some options right there, as you can see. It's pretty simple and easy to do. Now you got your MPC out. It looks beautiful. You like it. Okay, I love it. Okay, look. You want to get familiar with it. Okay? And what I want you to do is say, press a button. See what happens on the software as you press a button. Go to the software. Click on something here. If I move the cursor in this area here, it turns into a pencil, a little red pencil there. That means, obviously, we can write in that section. I can go here to the file browser to the left here, click on Program, and we're in Program. Sequence, we're in Sequence. Right, here's the banks, Bank A. I can go to Banks right here and click. Let's hit a pad. Wow, look at that pad. Pad turns red. Why is that going red? Looks nice, right? Let me go back here to, wow, it turned green. You see that? It turned green. Be aware of that. If I hit it hard, look at that. Hit press to hold it down, it's red. Up. I just finished hitting it. It's green. Let me know you just hit that pad. Get familiar. Some of these things you can actually just see and say, oh, well, I know what that means. I see what that's doing. But get familiar with your machine. I can go to here. I'm going to go to Q-Link. Let's see, number 4. As I turn this 4, well, I don't see nothing there for Q-Link, right? So I'm going to go to Q-Link here, Shift, Q-Link, and now I got it. So I press Shift. This turns amber, signifying that the Q-Link is now on. I can go to here, turn the knob, and you'll see that these knobs also have little LED lights there, and you see the same thing happen in the software. So this is important to do. We want to make sure that we are in sync with the software, that we press a button. It's also enacting some sort of button on the software or a pad, say the pad right there in the software, or let's say I want to go to the folders, and it's enabling these things to just turn off and on, which is great. I want to go to project. See, I go to project, and it moves to project. I hit that pad, that's cool. I go back here, that pad's green. It's still red here, see that? That's red. Now this is green, but we don't see it here, see that? Be aware of that. See how that works totally. Also, we're gonna go here. As you can see, as I hit these pads, you'll notice here in this area here that it's telling us that's A8 right there. See that? I hit that, that is A8. Here's, what's that? That's 12, 11, 10, 9. I can go here to D. And now you see it's D right here. So get familiar with the buttons and the pads. See how they change colors. Like for example, if we go to a shift, the button's not going to be red anymore. It's amber. It's kind of cool. Press it without holding down shift, it's back to being red again. So get familiar with what these buttons do and how they work with the machine. Now, for example, here, my transport section. And I can go, let's say, back to program, we'll say, also sequence, we'll say, and let's press. And we heard that happen right there. That's our metronome. So what's this here? Here we go. We got our metronome right here. Here's our volume control for the metronome. Okay. So you see it's happening right there, and that's our control for it, right? But that button is not on the MPC. There's another button I want to check out, and that button is right here. I want to go to this button here. It's Shift, and look at that window. So the window's open there, and I can see the program. Let's say, for example, program again. I can see this. I can go here to Mix. But if I want a full view, I can go to Shift, hit this, and now I got a full view. I can see this entire grid. And my pencil's active here, totally in here. Look at that. We've got modifier, velocity, automation. We can click here. Look at this. We can click in here and put some notes in there. And then the pencil, I can maybe drag it up or down and see this velocity right there to it. So get familiar with it. This is not too hard to do. Maybe move this note over here. I want to move this note back here. Okay, that's pretty obvious there, right? And I can undo probably too. So I go here to edit. We can undo. 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 That's pretty cool. Now the first thing I want to do when I get some new software is check out the first item in the menu bar. And here it says MPC. I'll go to here, click here, About MPC. You see a picture of our Renaissance here, the version right here, who owns it, and we see right here, we see this says the guys involved in the project. Okay? Next. We can check for updates, and we have a preferences. I always want to see preferences, so I know I might want to change the setup one day or something. I want to see what options are available. Now here in preferences we have audio, MIDI, plugins, auto load, sequencer, and other. Now the first option is audio. So I've got built-in audio because I want to send my audio directly through the video I'm shooting here for you, right? And so I'm using built-in audio. But I can also use MPC Renaissance. I have a Pro Tools system. I can use Pro Tools Aggregate lined up with it as well. So a lot of us have different softwares. And it's important to know when you are going to line up the software how this MPC, if I use it as a plugin, will interact with Pro Tools or Logic or Live. I got a lot of software, so we want to make sure it can work with everything. Now here we have the input is from the MPC Renaissance. So obviously the MPC is an audio device as well. Audio is coming in, it has MIDI, so it's an audio MIDI controller, okay? We see the active input, we see the sample rate. See, we know what kind of sample rate you want to use. We see the buffer size here. and we see our latency adjust right here as well. And we can also test. And there's our test. Well, it's very important for a lot of these features here, and particularly the sample rate. Now, if I want to use my MPC as a plugin and I'm going to be in a different software, I want to make sure my sample rates match up. And also, the higher the sample rate, the better the fidelity. So right here is great. I would prefer myself is to go maybe to 96K, so I get this really great clean sound. And the reason why that is because I want to make sure that what we do when we're actually recording some of the sampling, I want to make sure we get all the frequencies, the highs, the lows, and everything. Or I might even go to 48 also, depending on the session I need to use it for. And you see as I do that, you'll notice also that the audio buffer size changes. That's important to realize that too. So our buffer size is changing as well. So the higher the sample rate, you see here? Now that's 5.3 in my audio buffer size. If I go down here 44.1, we're at 11.6 milliseconds. Okay, I want to go over some other ideas here about dealing with audio. And in my case, I'm using built-in for the computer to pick up my voice and the playback, all the production I'll do here for the video. But in your case, you may have bought some reference monitors or some standalone speakers, and you want to hook them up to the back of your MPC Renaissance. Well, you want to use MPC Renaissance right here. And that will send the audio out the computer into the MPC, which acts as an interface, to your speaker system at home. Now, for the purposes of this demo right now, I'm going to keep my sample rate pretty low, about 44.1. And remember this, the higher the sample rate, the more memory it builds up. I mean, it's going to take a bigger file. A file that's 96 hertz is going to be a pretty big file. So what I also do is I will save my stuff to a hard drive. I can use an external hard drive generally. It's going to save something down, or make sure your computer has enough hard drive space so you can save your samples. If you take like a vocal sample or a keyboard player comes by, a guitar player, and you want to sample them into the system, make sure you know where those files are too as well. Now, once I'm ready to go, I'll press OK. And I will come back to explain more of this later on in our lesson plan. Okay, next what I want to do is, I guess, load some samples and make a beat up. So I did this earlier with the little pencil here. And now I'm going to move the hand there. I'm going to grab that. And I'm going to go to Command X. And I can get rid of it. So I can just grab it. Let's obviously grab something and say, let's go to Edit right here. And I can do Cut. Yep. Let's see if we can do something else. Let's grab it. Let's go from here. Can't do that, right? So we can't do that at all. Let's go back. Let's do Undo. So you can undo as well, right? So I'll go to here. I'm just going to X them out right here real quickly. That's a little lesson right there. So we can move the hand there. Click Command X to get rid of it. And we're clear right there. Okay, next I want to use the browser and look for some sound. So I can select the browser button right here. Top part says browser, the bottom part says save. If I hit shift, I can save. I'll hit browser, and you see nothing happened there on the software, but if I move my cursor up and down, there's a down, and go up on my cursor, we're moving through the items that are here, selected in our browser. If I go back here to program it, say, I move this cursor, I'm not doing anything. See that? So it's important. Hit the browser button, then scroll down or up. Now, before you load up some sounds, make sure you know where your MPC sounds are, the ones that came with the original software disc for this program. And mine's right here in my library application, support, AKAI, and it says the MPC. And these files are in there. MPC drum content, MPC loop library, then we got the 809, the bank, the noise, and the wub. Okay, so as you saw before, let's go back to preferences here. Here I'm using built-in because I'm making a video up. It's going built-in through my computer system. You can do the same thing too. If you're at home and you don't have a system like your own separate powered monitors, you can go right through your computer system and go through the built-in output. But if you got the powered monitors, you're going to go over here and you're going to go to MPC Renaissance is the output. So we use the interface in Renaissance, send a stereo output to our powered speakers, and go from there. And make sure you keep those volumes low. Remember that. Okay, good. So here, this is okay now for me. And next I want to do, I'm going to go back here to this cursor button. I'm going to hit it here. See, we got groups, drum groups. We got drum kits. We got legacy MPCs. And I can go to there. And we got 2000 XL, 2500, 3000, 500, the 5000, and the MPC 60. And so I guess these are all samples. See that? Now you got to be aware of this also as well. If you're in Project and you go to Legacy here like this and I go this way, you'll see nothing. So you got to remember, this data select makes sure you go to Samples. See that? And now we'll hear the samples. Now right now here we're looking at the display on our MPC Renaissance right here. And you'll notice here you can see some of the same sounds we saw earlier that we saw on the computers. You can still see now from the computer screen. And now I can move my cursor up and down. As I do, you're hearing sounds being played back. That's because auto is set up here. See F2? That's for auto. That's off, that's on. And you'll see that appear here also at the bottom of our browser section here on the extreme left. You'll see here that we've got this auto preview right there, right? Off and on. See that? And so I can scroll down now and it'll automatically play back any sound that I scroll to. Without it, we hear nothing. I can play like that only. Now I want to show you something else here on the display. This is auto, this is play, and F6 is load. So this F6 button, the f-stop button there, will load the sample I pick. So I can go to here and pick a sound and load it. But first, I want to hit a pad, then load it in. Okay, we got our sounds, of course. We got the sample data selected. We know our browser. We can go to here to scroll up and down and see what we want to get, right? That's on the hardware. But on the software, it's even faster. I can move my mouse to the sound I want to get. That one, this one, up here, down there, much quicker. So let's say I want to pick a sound out. And I got a pad I want to put it to. This pad here, or here, or here, or here. See that? I'm going to put it right there. So I selected my sound, and I want to get this kick drum. Where's it at now? There it is. I want to get that one right there and put it there. Now all I got to do is press load. Press F6, load, and that sound's going to be right there now. See? Just got to get the pitch right, and I'm ready to go. Okay, now you got it. That's how we do it. Okay, so I already loaded the snare drum. I'm going to load a hi-hat right there. Let me find one I like. That's pretty good. I'll load that in. That's loaded in there. I might find an open hi-hat. That sounds good to me. Load that in. Now I got drum. I've got some drums loaded in. And that's how easy it is to load up drums, get a drum set going on, and you've got yourself a little set happening, and now let's make a beat up. Well, I got my sounds right here. It's pretty cool. The sounds are there. And next what I want to do is make up a little pattern. But first I want to make sure I have the right tempo. So that's my tempo. Let me hear this back. I like that. So I got my tempo, my metronome's going on there. I got a little pace going right there. I just want to press record and play start. I started making a new program, and I've loaded some sounds in already. Right here, another kick drum, a lower one, a nice little pop and snare, a lower snare, 1, 2 closed hi-hats, and open hi-hat. Now what I can also do when selecting sounds, instead of putting them on a pad, hitting a pad, I might just want to get a list. And you'll see here in project information, we have program, we have samples. So I can take a sample and say, I got one here I like, I'll play it here. Hear it again. Okay, good. I want to put it in my sample list without using it yet. So I can go here and double click it, and then it appears right there. See that? I can pick some samples I might want to get. Make some finger snaps here. I like those. Double click that. That appears in the list too. So I can put samples and sounds right here in my list right here and say, I want to have some on the side in case I want to use something different and switch them out. So what I'll do next, I'll take this one, and to put it in the pad, you just drag it really. It's pretty simple. Just take it, you drag it over here. See the pads highlighted, and you put it right there. It's right there. I got 2 different open and closed hi-hats. Makes it easier. Now I've got some more sounds here in my list right here. And this is the sample list. This is a program list. So I only got one program. It hasn't been named yet. So you can click on this program, and now I can name it. So I can either duplicate the program, I can delete it, I can save it to a set of programs, and I can rename programs. Now, as you can see right here, I'm going to scroll down this list right on this side here. I'm going to scroll down here on my list, and you'll see this icon right here next to Chili symbols XPM, right? And that's the AKAI MPC program file. Looks like a square there. That symbolizes pads, and that's a program file. This one here is a wave file. As you can see, it says wave, right? So this is a sound icon you see here to the immediate left-hand side. On the left-hand side here, we see programs. You can tell the difference here in our view. So you can see that only because you got to remember here, I have no filter. If I go to samples, those other parts are gone. The sounds are there, but the programs are gone that are actually in that folder. I go back to here, and then the programs will appear again. And scroll down to some programs here, and you'll see them. There you go. There's the programs right there. Okay, that's good. So I'll go back here to my program, and I can right-click here on the words program here, and I want to rename it. And I call this Docs program. Let's see, Docs drums. And I'll press OK, and there you go. The program's named. I can also actually name and delete sounds here. But if I select the sound here, you'll notice one thing here. I selected, and we're not hearing anything. So if you have got a sound in your sample list here in project info, you just won't hear it this way, okay? And if you want to get rid of a sound, you say, well, I'm not too sure I want to keep that sound. I remember what that sound sounds like, but I want to get rid of it. You just go back and then say, well, look, let me see. I don't want this one here. And we can go to delete, and I'll delete it out. And it says, are you sure? Yeah, I'm sure. Get rid of it. It's gone, right? So I got some sounds I like. I said, well, I'll put this finger snaps, let's say over here. And I may want to add this clap over here. So I'm maybe right there, I'll put that clap. And I get this bass sound, I'll pop it right there. So, you make your program. And once you want to save your program, you can go right here and say, I want to save it. So actually, do you want to save that program? And so it gives you the spot where you want to save it at right there. And if I say yes, I can save it here. It'll be in my MPCs right here, right? And it's called Docs Drum. See that right there? And I'll just press save. Hey, why not? And it's saved right there. I got my program saved. And you can also load programs. So, but to view them, it makes it simpler. Rather than going to no filter, I'd rather go to program. So I can go to my machine right here. And I can go where it says program. So we got project, here's program right here. I click on that, same place that is right here in the file browser on the software, and I can pick programs I want to load. So now I'll pick a program. I'm just going to click on a program, and I'm going to click on this kick set, and it loads. And see, now it's in the list. Plus, we got more samples here. See that? So I can pick, let's see, we got electro hi-hats. Those load in. And I may want to get something else, maybe some house kick drums. There you go, that goes there. I can just pick sounds I want to load here. Of course, these are all programs. I can just pick a program to load something in with, and let's get some stabs here. and some more steps here. Now as I load a program in, the sample list gets all the samples from that program. I can select the program and see this here, it doesn't tell me where those samples are, right? So be aware of that. So when I select the program, I'm just looking at the program name. But if I want to load a program, I go right here and I get a list of all the possible programs I have here, plus add a program. I've got all these programs here, and sometimes you may have too many. So if I got a program, I want to get rid of it. So I got a program here called electro hi-hats, or hats right there. And I can go back here and I'm going to delete it out. I say show delete the program. But look here, those sounds are still here in our sample list. So be aware of that. You may delete a program, you think those sounds are gone, they're not. They're going to still be in our sample list here in the project information side here. And of course, that program's missing, but the samples are there. Okay, so I made some programs here, and I want to start recording a new beat. So I'm going to full level, which is right over there. That means I hit a pad, it's going to be full level, totally. If I don't do that, I get this, if I hit it slow or low, it's not good. So, not good. That's pretty good. So, next one to do is go back over here to our sequence section right here next to project info, and we're going to record on sequence 1. It's a 2-bar sequence, right? You can see it up here in the grid. Here's bar 1, 2. And so the total's 2 bars, and its 16th note is the correction, timing correction. Now, the tempo's right here. I can always click here and drag down and get a different tempo. I may want to go to maybe, let's say, here, 110. You can always test it too. I press here, and I may want to go a little lower than that. Drag here, drag down. So you can find a tempo you want to use, or just tap it. It's another way to get your tempo as well. It's 4/4, and make sure your loop is on. That way, if the loop's on, you get finished playing the beat, it'll play over again. You can hear it back automatically without having to stop and start again. Now, below that, we got track 1. We're going to be on our first track, and we got a velocity set up here, and we've got status, which is mute or solo, and here we got MPC. I'm using my MPC, and the current program I'm using. So I can always change programs here, as you already know. Well, it's time to record. Now, we're going to record, and it's going to be like a click track, right? So right here, where it says click and metro, which means metronome. The count-in can be for record or play. I want to do record only. And then my metronome's right here. The rate's right here. It's quarter note. And right here is what sound I'm going to use. I can say an MPC click, a side stick 1 and 2, a clap, metro click, shake, or a tambourine. I'll stick with the MPC one, and I'm ready to go. I'll press play and record. And I got something. Okay, this is pretty good. I got it going on already. What I want to do next, though, I want to record a hi-hat on top of this. So I can press play start, hear the track back, and say to myself, I want to put a hi-hat here somewhere and find out where I want to put that at. So I'm going to stop this, but I want to use note repeat. Now, note repeat's going to repeat a note once I hold the pad down. So I'm going to select my quantized value. It's going to be 16 notes in this case, and I'm going to just practice here. I'm going to hold down note repeat. I can just press overdub and do this here. And it's in there. Once I stop, it's still in there. It's rolling right along. Now, if I don't like that, say, I'm not too sure, but I'm not too sure if I'm liking that or not. So look, I'll go back in. I'll go overdub, but I'll hold erase down this time. And it's wiping it out. Okay, we can do stuff while it's just playing, right? So let's go back here. Let's go to eighth notes. I'm going to pick my other hi-hat. I'm going to go here, no repeat. Try this one. I like that hi-hat. It fits in perfect with the beat. That's how we can overdub and erase any part in the track. I'm going to go over a couple more features here. I'm going to press record and play, but actually just play first. I'm going to do overdub. I'm going to add a kick drum in here. So add them right there. I can also undo. I'm going to press undo, and they're both gone. So you can undo while you're recording and the program's running and you're in the sequence. That's good. So like right here, I'm going to do it again. Then I want to probably do this clap here. That makes it easier. Whatever you're making a song up or a track, whatever, you should name everything. So right now, we're going to get more organized. We're going to call this our drums. And this is the drums. Hold it. And enter. And so I've named that track. Then I go to the next track. I know I'm doing that track. Meanwhile, I know this first track is the drum track. Everything you see here, all these little red note events you see here, are in the grid. Our grid is controlled by our time correction, which is right here. This is all eighth note. So if I want to move something around, it's only going to move according to the grid value. So if I, for example, go here and I grab this note, I'm going to selecting it. If I go to here with a little thing in the end, I pull it, it goes to the full length of this grid value. Now I'm going to do that. And once I go to here, let's say, we're going to go to time correction, and I go to, let's say, 30-second notes. Now the grid is chopped up even more. See that? And once I grab a note here, it goes length of that one. One more time. It goes again. It goes again. See that? I can bring it back in. To that, only to that size. See right there? I'm going to do that a couple of times, and I'm back to my original. So remember that. Based on the grid, as I move something and extend that note, it will only extend as far as the value of the grid. Now also, I can also select a note like this. Let's put a little hand here. And once I do, I can hold down the shift key and then use my arrow and I can move it over. See that? And it also moves with its velocity as well, as you can see there on the bottom. It moves right there with its velocity right over at the same time. I can play it back again. Sometimes I know how to move that. I can also move my pencil right here. And once I do, I can change the velocity of that note also as well. I get a different velocity for that or for a different note. I can also actually copy a note. This works. On a PC, all you really got to do is press Control. On a Mac, I hold Command down. I just drag. And I just copy that note. See that? I just undo. I'll do it here to make it easier. I can go right here, Command. I got another one right there. Let's place back. I can take it, go back here again, move it over here. And go over here. Let's go right there. So I just copy that note and drag it to where I want it to be. All right, so now what I want to do is probably play back. I added some parts to it. Let's play it back from the top. I can do some little mixes up here. Now what I can do, I'm going to press Program Mix, which is right here. And once I do, you can see there on the software, we've got Program Mix going on with a different view as well. Okay, so now we have the view from our MPC Renaissance. And here, as you can see, we have our F keys, and we can activate, for example, panning. We can activate the mute, the send, and the insert. We can insert effects there. And of course, the routing. Now I can do the levels first. I can press play. Depending on my pad, for example, I know that pad number 3 with the cursor over here, and this is the volume for the snare drum. I can turn it down using my data wheel. Which is kind of cool. So we can change the level there. We can also change the panning. I go here and play it from the top again. It's the center. Change it here. That's right. And there's left. I can put it back in the center as well. Makes it easier. Now, as you saw right there, I just turned this data wheel to change the volume, right? So I have the volume going up. I'll press play here. I can turn that snare drum down or turn it back up. Well, I can stop that. I can select, let's say, mute. And I could do that here as well. And you see it happen right there in the software. Got it right over here. It turns red. It's I'm muting it, and it's back in, so I can mute anything. I can just move it over my cursor to where I want to move it into that field, and then mute it. It's pretty cool. Now, a better way to do this is to use our cue links. Now, the MPC Renaissance makes it even easier to actually edit this information. And if you notice here, now I've got my camera view is on my cue link section right here. And I'm in the program mix mode, and I've selected F2 for my levels. So we see the levels right here. I'll press play from the top, and now I can just turn. See the volume level? So it just goes down. See, that's pretty smooth too. So linear tapered knob, so it's really clean and very accurate. Turn the hi-hats down. Where are they? Right here. Put my hi-hats down. Bring my snare down. Hi-hats up a little more. Bass drums all the way up there. And you can see where everything's at. So it makes it really cool. I can stop this now. I'm going to press F4. And now we have our mutes. Now watch this. I'm going to press play from the start. I just got to tap something. I just tap that. That sounds like it's coming right now. I'll tap it, take it out. I'll tap this one. And now the snare's out. Bass drum's out. Bass line. Basic groove now. And they're back in the groove. I'm just tapping these cue links, and it's actually helping me to mix them faster. It's really a great setup. I really like it a lot because they're sensitive enough where you can just tap the knobs and you can mute anything out. So I'm ready now, and that was kind of cool, but now I'm going to show you how we can record these moves you might make. So to get a little practice mix, you never know. So I can press play there. I can press over to record. And I can do, let's say, levels first. Hit F2. And now that's turning, right? That's pretty good. I can turn my hi-hats down. Stop that. I want to go, let's see. I want to go to mutes. And now, back to record. And it's going to do it over again. And it's just recording these mutes and the levels of the panning. Let's do panning, man. We didn't do panning yet. We'll do panning right now. Let's change the panning of this sound. So we're going to back here, put that sound back in, go to levels, turn the level down a little bit. Unmute it. Now go back here, turn the levels down. And stop it. It's all recorded. I can play it again from the top. And it's moving. Levels are moving there. The mutes will move around. See the mutes? you can record this program mix right into the sequence. And there's more we can do. So I can also add effects directly on any sample I want to. Now here's how it works. See, we've got our view again of our display on the MPC Renaissance. And we're here in inserts. We press F6 now. F5 is the send. This is F6 is the insert. And I've selected the hi-hat, which is that sound right there, which is A5. Now, as you can see right here, sort of little blank, meaning this has already been selected. I'm going to turn my cursor wheel here, and now you can see what happened here. It shows us select effect. Now here it's already on no effect, so I can move down here. We can do flanger, flanger sync, chorus, 4-voice, a 2-voice chorus. We can do auto, pan. We can do auto, pan, and sync. A lot of effects here. It's pretty good, actually. I'm going to pick some effects I can use here, and I might just go to this delay and sync, a mono delay, and I'll select that. And now you see it says delay sync, an abbreviated delay, but it says delay sync. And I'll press play from the top. Let's turn this wheel a little bit and select it. See it now? I've added an effect to that hi-hat. This is while it's still playing. I can go back again, dial up here, and sync it along. Different delays. I have different delays. That's a tape delay. Try this one here. I'll go select. Nice delay there. So it delays the sound. There's a nice little flange to it almost. And you can select these effects while you're in motion here. I can go to this bass drum here, find something for my bass drum. Let's try a little flange effect here. And add a little more power to that. It's pretty cool. So you can add effects directly inside the track. It's really cool. And you'll see them here also in the software. Now here in the software, it makes it much easier. As you can see, I'm right in the software. I can select around different internal effects. I can go no effects now, play it again from the top, and add effects on top of effects. I got a flange, let's go to chorus. Now I gave it a different feel right there. I've got the chorus on top of this hi-hat, and it's a 4-voice chorus, so it thickens up that hi-hat a lot more, and delay almost makes it sound like it's really above the track, but just driving the beat along. It's really cool. I go to the bass line here, for example, and pull up another effect here. I can go to here, click there, it's on, and now we can do it directly here rather than doing it from the hardware. This makes it much, much easier. I can do a high-pass filter. It's all gone, right? So that means it's got to be able to load. I keep adding effects here to this bass line. Let's look for something I might like here. We've got a lot of effects you can see right here. This is pretty cool. I made it more bassy, more deeper right there, right? I can also mute stuff while I'm right here in the software. You can bring this down here also as well. Just like we can do on the hardware, but from here it's much easier, as you can see right there. And I can bring stuff, unmute this, unmute that, unmute this, bring it back in, and the groove's going again. Still going real hard there. I can add more effects if I like to as well too. It makes it much, much easier. And that delay still goes on. Nice dark delay, I like that, really cool. Now I want to show you why it's much more easier to do within the software, and what you'll see even more. I can press play, and we're playing the track here, and you'll notice I've got these effects. I can actually go here, click on that, and the effect appears right here. I can edit that effect. See, the picture right here. I can change the drive, the rate. Close that. I can go right here. I have a low pass filter. So let's get rid of all the high end, as you can see here. I've got the frequency and the resonance. So I'm changing it right now. Close that out. I can go back here to my delay, open that up, and I can edit the delay settings for the analog delay sync. This is so cool. Go back to there. Stop it. All right, it's pretty cool. So it's a little bit longer now, a little bit longer delay. I'll press play again here. I also have this chorus effect. And this is a 4-voice chorus effect here that I have. And I can take this, let's move it over here and look at it. So that's pretty good. And check this sound out and say, look, I can go back to here. That one appears there. Go back to this chorus again. And I can select any one of these effects I'd like to. Let me start from here. And this is so cool. I can also change the routing. As you can see, I have submix here. If you have submix here as well, I can go here with the routing and go from my track mixer to submixes 1 through 8. I can do stereo outputs of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, up to 16. And so now, okay, these stereo outputs will happen, they'll go out. So this is an easier way for you to route signals. And it's like a true mixing console here within the new machine Renaissance. And you can also see I can go to turn the insert on, select an insert here. Let's go with the flanger. And you can see your flanger appears there. I can select it. And as I do, as you've seen before from that screen on our MPC Renaissance, you can see the parameters for each effect on the screen as well on your MPC display. But I can edit much better here within the software. I can always just pull them up right here. Auto pan, click on that, it'll change in the display and also on the software. I want to do the next item here, which is program edit. I probably want to add some more bass to the bass drum or the bass sound. And here in program edit, you can see here we have layers. So there's layer 1, layer 2, 3, and 4. And each layer I can change the tuning. We can do semi, fine, I can change the level of that layer and the panning of that particular layer, and its velocity level right here as well. And this is just for the layer. So that first layer is my kick drum. I hit the kick drum, that's it there. This is this layer for the deep kick drum. That's for the snare drum. That's for the other snare drum. So I gotta hit the pad, and you can see also in the grid how it's selected there on the grid. Once that's selected, I have the ability to edit the program for that sound. Like for example, I go to the first one here, and what I can do here in this first track here, which is this kick drum, is I may want to layer something. I can go right here, and I have all these sounds I can layer. And guess what? These are the sounds we selected earlier. We actually selected some programs along with sounds that we selected to put into the track, which make it real cool. It's really cool to do this. So this way, you may have a sound you like from before. You'll say, I like that sound. I want to use it here. And you can layer it. So I can, let's say, get a kick drum like this one here. It appears there. I'll play the kick drum now. It's much different. I can layer something else on top of that. Let's get something really we don't want to use, but just put in to see how it sounds. And that's with that hi-hat, open hi-hat there, right? I can also go back to none, not use that. I may want to use this deep kick. I like this kick a lot. Hear how it sounds with this. I can play the track again. And I can hear it in there. And that's how we can layer sounds up also. So I can go back to here again, go select none. And I'll go back to the third layer and select none as well. And I may want to just tune this sound. I might just want to say, I'm going to tune that sound, see how it sounds in the track, and go from there. So I'm going to do right here, I'm just going to mute a few things out and sort of play the track back. And I can go here actually on Q-Link 14, as you can see here. Select the sound. So I'm tuning it now. Or fine tune it now a little bit more. So I'm tuning the bass drum now. I'm just using Q links 14 and 15. As you can see, the turn there in the software with the tuning right here. I'm able to pitch any sound also as well. Now we got this overall view of our MPC Renaissance right here, okay? And we can see the Q-Link section, which is going to correspond to that part for our program edit. And we can see here that we have this bass drum right here, the first one. That's Al BD bass drum Afro. So I hit the pad, that's the bass drum, obviously. And I'm hitting the pad to make sure it's selected. Otherwise, if I hit this here, you can see now it's changed to that one. That's changed. They're all changing, but I've muted those sounds. I just want to hear this one sound back, right? I'm going to press play, start. Now I can change the tuning here. Okay, that's Q-Link number 14. I can get fine tune it to get deeper. I can change the level. Now I'm going to select another drum here. I'm going to go right here. Now I'm going to select a different bass drum. I want to get this deep one here. I got that one. So next, I can also tune that one. Or, see that? We can just tune it. And I can get finer there and then get the level. I want this lower. And it sounds a little deeper now, right? I go to this next one here, this layer right here. I can find another bass drum I want to use. Let's go right down here. I'm going to use one of these bass drums here. Maybe this one here. We'll try this first one. That's kind of cool. Remember, that's from the list already that we already did when we first started programming. If you bring a bunch of programs in, those samples remain in that sample library. And you can see them right here for the project information. That's where we're getting them from. I'll click on Program Edit again. I'm going to change that, picture that one. I'm getting deeper now. Maybe get this one here, then do this one now. And get the level a little lighter. So I can get different levels of these sounds. And what's even cooler, let's say for example, I turn off full level here. And I may want to have a certain sound play at a certain level of velocity. I can hit it and turn this up a little more. Depending on how hard I hit it, certain sounds will trigger. It's kind of cool. I go right here, get louder here. I want to get this sound even louder, so I can turn this up. Go back to full level. So I can change the velocity for each one of these layers. I'm only using 3 currently. It's kind of cool. I can also change the volumes, as you can see here, and make one softer than the other one. I'm going to bring this one down more and play the track again from the top. Once you get it, you can probably hear it back to other stuff you want to use. And you can adjust your mix. So layering sounds is pretty easy with the new MPC Renaissance software. Program Edit's real cool. It's kind of a great way to layer sounds and to add more effects to it as well. And I'll show you that right now in this lesson. Now, we've got this Program Edit going on here, And I'm just using one track, just the snare drum alone. So I'm going to select it so it appears here in the layers, the first layer. And I'll select that there. And now it appears as this first layer. And there's nothing in layer 2, 3, or 4. Now, I'll select this. I'm going to put the kick drum on just for a second here, show you something as well. We have a master, overall master tuning we can do here. Watch this. May want to tune everything, so it's a master tuning right there. I can fine tune it as well from right there and fine tune the overall. And we have mono, and we got polyphony as well, as always. So what I want to do next is I want to go here and say, I'm going to bring another snare drum in here. Find a snare I like to bring in. And I'm going to scroll down here and look for some snare drums. Here we got some snare drums right here. And we're going to go to this one here, let's say. And play this back. I'm going to mute the kick drum. We have two different snares going on there. I might want to get another snare from somewhere here. That's pretty good. Now, I can go right back here. And that's a high. We don't want that. So it's always pays to go back and look and listen to it. What's that we got right there? This is what I want. Now, turn these up. And we've combined 3 different snare drums to make one. Now, over here on the right-hand side, we can also add effects to the pads. Now, I've turned it on. Yours might be off. Here's the on and off switch right there. And now I can select an effect. I'll go to, I might get a flange here. Here I get a 3/4 voicer. And maybe I'll pull a tremolo up. And pull this back in. And we can adjust these effects as well. So it's sort of moving around there. Now they're straight on. That flanger and tremolo was really acting weird. But the point here is that you can add effects to the sound. So all 3 of these that I can adjust my levels to for each sound. Bring one down here, one over here, play it back. And if I don't like that, I can go back in and I can adjust the effects. I can say, well, look, I'm going to change the effects. This is really cool. Not seen in any MPC ever. So it's kind of cool that they actually went here and went this way with making the effects available for you. And then the software makes it much easier because the power of your computer runs the system. Now here I've got another sample, which is DJ right here, this sample right here. And I'm going to show you more about this section here, the filter. So DJ. I'll play it back and it's saying DJ.
DJ.
Now here in the filter section, I have a lot of filters I can use. A low pass, 1 pole, a 6 pole, 8 pole. We've got a high pass filters. We got band pass filters. We have model. This is model filters right here. We have vocal filters. So let's try vocal right here.
DJ.
Hear that?
DJ.
So it's filtering the highs out, obviously.
DJ.
Hear nothing at all there, right? Let's go down to here. I'm going to turn some items up here.
DJ.
You can hear what's going on now.
DJ.
Get some envelope going here.
DJ.
There you go.
DJ.
Now go to here.
DJ. DJ.
Band boost right there.
DJ.
It can also affect the velocity
DJ.
pitch. So when it hits the velocity
DJ.
setting,
DJ.
sensitivity right here. And this is for the
DJ.
pitch. Now watch this.
DJ. DJ. DJ.
So we're changing the pitch a little
DJ.
bit after it's struck.
DJ.
Can also change the panning
DJ.
too after. So watch this.
DJ.
Now then it goes to the right side there, left side rather.
DJ.
I'll put it here.
DJ.
It's going to go slowly back to center.
DJ. DJ, DJ,
And this has to do with the velocity
DJ.
sensitivity setting
DJ,
for that particular sample,
DJ,
like right here. See?
DJ, DJ, DJ,
Up higher.
DJ,
Now you got it.
DJ,
I also have the LFO as
DJ.
well, so I can change the array, the LFO,
DJ, DJ,
the destination pitch.
DJ, DJ,
So we've got that high pitch, supposed to lower now.
DJ,
Almost thickening it up a little bit more.
DJ, DJ,
Now this is a great way to work with. I've got the filters here, and I have the pad play modes. Now we also have mute groups here, which I'll explain later on. We've got velocity setting. I can go switch back and forth to here. I can go to note on here. I can just go to polyphony, go to polyphony,
DJ, DJ,
go back to mono,
DJ,
on note on.
DJ, DJ, DJ,
So what happens is once it hits and it stops, the hit, it cuts off. With note on, you hit it one time and the whole sample plays. But with note on, it hits once, but only the duration of how long that note is held down. So I can go to here,
DJ,
back in again.
DJ,
So we can use the filters here. There's also an old MPC filter here, which is an old MPC 3000 low pass filter.
DJ, DJ,
You can also change the envelope, the filter envelope, and also the amp envelope as well, which is kind of cool.
DJ,
So I can go here and change the attack.
DJ,
You see the attack move right there.
DJ, DJ,
And make the release last longer,
DJ,
a little longer.
DJ,
So see what's happening? You can see right here in this amp, this little graph here, it's slowly rising in the beginning. So the attack is a very slow attack. Go back to here,
DJ,
it's a faster attack.
DJ,
Here's my decay.
DJ,
So I can make it shorter
DJ,
or longer.
DJ,
And my release is pretty
DJ.
long. Let's cut my release down a little bit
DJ,
faster, right?
DJ,
And make the sustain, or cut the sustain, wait,
DJ,
like this,
DJ,
and decay there.
DJ,
See, so it fast up, down. So you see what's happening? You watch the graph,
DJ,
and you get the idea of what's going on here. Make my
DJ,
release longer. Let's make it sustain longer.
DJ,
And now it's sustaining longer. My
DJ.
release longer.
DJ,
My attack's good.
DJ, DJ,
And you can see this is the sample
DJ.
amplitude right there.
DJ,
So we can change the sample amplitude. We can change the filter envelope. We can adjust the modulation sources here also. What we have here, the V start, V attack, and the V envelope and the V filter. This is all for the velocity. So I'll play it again.
DJ,
And once you get the sound you like and it's good,
DJ,
you leave it there, because this is
DJ.
only for that one sound. For its layers, it has velocity, we'll have the filters, the pad play mode, and we can also add pad effects as well. Now here we also have some programs and sequences that AKAI gave us in the set. So this is one of them here. And I'll show you how we can load programs in right now. The first thing I'll do is going to navigate to it. I got the browser button selected on my MPC Renaissance. And here, of course, we're in the MPC drum content. And here we have drum groups. We were just in that earlier. And now I'm going to go to drum kits. Now here in kits, you'll see we have a selection of, for example, first one is a 1988 sequence. And right below it is the program. And we also have some samples as well here, as you can see. And I'll just scroll down here. Rather than using a cursor, I'm going to use my trackpad here and scroll down and see what we have. And this is a pretty big list. So what I prefer to do is we're going to hit, let's go to sequences first. And once I hit sequences, we get a list of all the sequences that are in that folder. And I'm going to scroll down here. Let's look for something here we can load in. I've tried a few so far. Let's try this one here. This is this Funkadelic sequence. I'm going to click on that and see what happens. It says load into sequence. So it's selecting the nearest empty sequence I have available here, and 5 is it. So I press do it, and it loads it in. Now we don't see it yet, so I'm going to go right over here and go right here and put in sequence, and now we see that sequence. If I press play, we hear nothing because we need to have the program to match it. So next we're going to do, obviously, we're going to go over here in data and select program. And now we see a list of programs that are in that folder, just the programs only. So let's run them back here, and here it is right here. This is the funkadelic sequence. And the program, right there. The program, we have the sequence in the program, play it back. Okay, that's pretty cool. So we can load a program and the sequence in. Now, you notice here too, this is more than just 2 bars, like we've been working with earlier. So here, you'll notice here, this view I've got right here. I could go here and select this little triangle here in the lower left-hand corner next to AKAI Professional, and now we got a full view. But we still don't see all the measures here, right? So what I can do here, I'm going to go to the right-hand side. There's a little button here, and I stretch it out. See that? And now we can see everything. It's right there. So we can stretch the view out. Now same here as well. See, there's a little side zoom button here as well. So I can extend it out like that or bring it down like this and just get just what I want to see that's in that track, which is this right here. Let me go down a little bit more. I just want to see just the top of it right there. And so we get a full view of this entire sequence. It's a great way to do it, of course. Now I'll press from the top again. And that's how we can load in a program, which is right here, and load in the sequence. Okay, I've just loaded this other track that's on our hard drive from AKAI. It's called Clubbish. And we got the sequence and we have the program. I'll play this back. Okay, what I want to do here this time, I want to add a bassline and make up a key group. And we'll do that next. So the first thing I want to do here probably is just select a brand new track. Here's a brand new track right there. Now, I want to get a program going here. So let's see here. I want to add a new program, right? So we're going to add a new program. This is program 3, but I want to make this program a key group. I just want to make it play a bass line. So I select key group here. Now it's selected, and I'm going to press OK. Now you notice here on the left-hand side, we have some piano keys right here. You can see it right there. And here's 0, here's C minus 2, C, 2, here's C1. So it's a full keyboard you can see there. If I scroll up and down the keyboard right there. And so this track's going to be a keyboard track. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to find a bass sample and set this track up. Now I've got a bass sample I like already, which is right here, we used earlier. And I want to put it in this keyboard group. And so what I need to do first of all here is select the key group, right? So we're going to go to Program Edit. And now as you can see, it's different. It's different than before. This is the key group Program Edit. What I want to do next is I want to locate that sample and put it on layer 1. So I'm going to go right here, and we're going to find a sample. Scroll down here. I know where it's at. And there it is right there. There's the sample I want. And that's my sample. So now I've got a sample there. What I'm going to do next is I'm going to press my D group here. So by pressing the D bank, that's where the sample's at for my key group. That's chromatic. That's the original pitch right there at 13. It's going down chromatically in semitones. And that's how I put the bass line there. So I'll go back here main again. And you see this is that second track there. I'm gonna call this bass. I got a bass there now. And the first track is this drum kit. And see here we're actually in D, right? You can see that already. I would just scroll back up and hear the drums. And so you can see here A through 16 is the drums, B's empty, but D right here is my key group for that bass line. Now here, you have nothing at all, right? If I go to the bass line, and that's how we can add this key group into this sequence. So now I want to add this bass line inside this track. So I went over here. I got me some time correction here for eighth notes. This is the bass track. You can see it's just 2 bars. And I'm going to press record and play. Let's record first. Let's play it back before I record. That's pretty cool. Now I got a mistake here. I'm gonna get rid of this one right here. Grab that note and get rid of that one. And hear it back. And get rid of this one right here. Now play it. And I got a bass line. Okay, so now I've got that bass sound that's in here. It sounds pretty good. I want to sort of manipulate it and add another bass sound with it so I can get a little flavor going on here. So I've got some bass sounds I found here in my banks, and I can go back to browse again and show you where I got those from. They're right here, MPC 500. Now I went to the Legacy MPCs and just look for a few sounds. Went to here, scroll down, and came back up here looking for some bass sounds or something here, you know, and found some stuff I like. So anyway, I can bring the sounds. I'm gonna play this back. Now, I got that bass sound there. I've got one already I've selected, so it's gonna be in that list. So it's already in those session samples right down here. I've got a second bass line here. Now this is different from the program edit when we're just going to program edit drums. Here we're layering some sounds out for keyboards, as you can see here. So it's a little different setup. We have a key group play mode right here. And we can play the layers and a sample play as well. So I can do a one shot or a note on. And here we can do cycle through velocity, and here's random as well. So I'll play the sound back. I'm gonna go back here. I'm gonna go back to main. I'm gonna go to my first track and mute that one. Yeah, that's good. Go to bass line right there. Go back to program edit. It's going to change the bass a little bit. We got a filter on here now. Ooh, nothing, right? A little resonance. And I want to sort of like sustain a little more. Maybe no, get this going. That's nice right there. Now it's cycling through right here. tilt a little bit more right there. Just bring sustain down a little bit. So we're creating this bass sound here. If I want to bring another bass sound in, so let's try that again. Let's try something else different now. Let's try to develop something here. Here again, we go back to program edit, and we want to select this track first, the bass track. That's our key group. Now back to program edit, and now I can just pull that sound out. Always pays to experiment, see what you can come up with. I like it better like this though. That's better. Okay, that's pretty good now. I can also add an effect. Let's turn this on first. Okay, now back to main. And we're making a bass line here. It's going from left to right. I'm going to go back to track 1, put the drums in. And we did it. And that's how you can create a bass line or any kind of sound actually. Get some sort of keyboard or something and develop a sound right here within the key group section on our MPC Renaissance software. Okay, so I think I want to start a new beat here before I start loading some samples in and do these sample lessons. So first I want to do is make sure I got a good mention I want to check out. Yeah, that'll work. Let me try this out. And my tempo set. And let's hear this back. I'm going to try one more measure on. Okay, it's better. I think what I want to do is I want to probably copy this beat. So to copy, got our button, window button available since there's a light here. I'll click here. It's on sequence right there. And now I've got this option here to copy. I can press F4. I want to see what I copy it to. I want to copy it to sequence number 2. And I'll press do it. And now it's copied there. Okay, now I'll add some more instruments. Okay, I'm going to put, let's see, maybe one more piece in here. Let's see, I'm just going to overdub. So I'll press overdub, and then I'll press play start. Okay. Now, a lot of times you might be making a beat up, and you may want to have two different patterns, and maybe want to combine those patterns together. So what we normally do, we'll go to press, let's see, I got pattern 1 and 2. I'm going to press, go to mode and press sequence edit. Now here in edit sequence, I can insert blank bars, I can delete bars, 3 I can copy bars, 4 I can copy events, 5 I can copy a sequence, transpose, erase, and then of course I can copy just one track. So in this case, I'm going to go to 3. I just want to copy some bars. So I'm going to go here to 3. And I can copy from sequence 2. And I'm going to copy, you can see what it says right there. I can copy the first to the second bar. And it's sequence 2. It's a copy of sequence 1, actually, as you can see that. And so what I'll do, I want to copy it to something. So what I want to do here, I want to go to here. And we want to copy after bar 2. So essentially, I'm turning bar 2 into 4 bars. And I can make the number of copies. So when I want one copy, I'll make it just 4 bars. So I just press do it. And now you'll notice here that this is 4 bars. Now I'll play it from the top. And we got 4 bars. Now another way to copy, press sequence edit, and we can also copy events. So you see here, option 4 allows me to copy just certain events. So I can say, sure, I'll press 4 on my keypad right there. And now I can copy sequence 2, just called the beat now, and I can copy it track 1. I can select the track I want to copy. So I can go to here, and I can say, okay, track 1, or whatever track is available. I want track 1. And the length, which means the time here. That's from the first measure to the 5th measure, meaning that all 4. Because there isn't actually a 5th measure, but it's going from 1 to the end of 4 before a 5 would start. Now I just need to find out where I'm going to copy it to. So I can go here, and let's say I want to copy it to sequence number 3. It's going to start track 1 on the beginning, the first measure. I could say replace or merge. I may want to take 2 items and merge them, but in this case, I'm just going to press replace. And now, I go to track 3. Now we have track 3. But see, the name didn't even copy over, so realize that too. Also, you can see here the tempo isn't copied. So if you're going to do a track and you're going to copy it over, it needs to match that same tempo. Be aware of that too. Now sometimes I want to get a different sound of an old school sound, and what I'll do is I'll go back to the sequence and I'll press the main screen, and there we go at the main again. I may want to add the vintage mode. So let's move the camera over here, right there. So right here, we've got our vintage mode. We can do an MPC 3000, MPC 60, and other MPCs. I prefer an MPC 60, so I have that anyway. And it's a great way to give it a little more of that old school flavor that I like to get, where it's a little warmer. And you'll notice right here, now it says MPC 60. I can go to here again and go to other, and it says SP 1200. Now I'll play that back. And I can hear the difference. Now, really great thing you can do with the MPC Renaissance software, I can load in older sets I've got. Let's say I got songs I did years ago, or I've got actually just sounds from other discs. So here I've got sounds from my old MPC 3000, our MPC 60. Of course, we sell these sounds, of course, are some of our bigger and greater sets. We got some standard disc here also as well. So what I'm going to do right now, though, I want to probably just look at some old sounds here and pull them in. I haven't touched these yet. And here I've got some really cool stuff on ARP Odyssey. Very old machine, great sounds there. And I want to go to Moog, one of my favorites. Let's see how this sounds. Okay, let's check this out. That's pretty good. So I can also go ahead and load a program up. So it says Moog, see there. Okay, here we go. I got a couple of programs I can load up here. So these are the old programs, say AKP. So take this program here and load it up. First, I'm going to go back to my main screen here, and I just want to go do it here. And it's loading it up, and there it appears right there. Great. So I've loaded up all these Moog programs here. We've got here 1 through 9 here, some Moog programs, and load them in. And when I do go to those programs, like for example, I go back here, let's see, if I go to this one, we don't see the keyboard, right? That's meaning it's a drum setup. When I go to my pads, you don't hear nothing. I go back to bank A, and we hear those pads, of course, now. But when I go to Moog, which is from the original MPC 60, it comes up as a keyboard, because I would say there's a keyboard group in that old format of the older machine. But the MPC Renaissance will still read it, which makes it real cool. So the sounds don't appear here in bank A or B, but they do appear. That's kind of loud there. Now to bring my sounds down, right here, you'll notice here we have this V here for volume. It's volume velocity right there. That's my velocity, so I can bring this down somewhat as I hit the sound. And bring it lower. And we can change the setting for that. And that's my Mini Moog right there. As you can see, the Mini Moog 9, and it's track 2. So I've got my little beat going on here. And what I want to do now is I want to add a loop to this. Start looking with sampling and get these sample lessons going on. So I've got a beat here. No, this one right is better. Just something smooth like this. We're going to try and take this beat and match it up. We're not going to make it permanent now. It's just to show you an idea of what we can do. Now you can see here it's an ATL system, it's an Atlanta file from the MPC files that come with the program, so that's why I'm using it too. And it says 90 BPMs, I believe this is, and it's called the Drum Loop 27. So in order to get this beat inside and this whole song program stuff, we just double click it. All right, we double click it, and it's going to appear here right there at the bottom of our list. Next thing we're going to do is we're going to go to our MPC, or we can go right here in the software, and we can click on sample edit. So I can go to sample edit on my MPC. I can click on the sample right here, or on an MPC, you can scroll to it, you know. So before it was someplace, like I said, it was right there, right? I can just scroll to where it's at and say, well, look, where's it at now? And it's there. I can just take this wheel, data wheel, and scroll down. There it is right there. And I've got the sample right there, okay? Now to play it back, I can hit this pad over here. That's this pad 13. You can see it playing right there. It's playing at a loop. I can just play sample by hitting pad 15. Just play the sample. And it ends. All right? So we got the sample in here, and it's inside. And what we're going to do next, we want to try and look at this sample. So we're going to go to chop. Now here in Shop, see what happened? It's looking at the sample saying, wait a minute, it's seeing these peaks and these valleys within the sample. Now here on our screen display on our MPC, you'll notice there's these little lines that go from top to bottom in certain sections of the sample. And what the software is doing is looking at it saying, well, that's a sample, this is a sample, and that's a sample. Now here I've got audition. I can press audition here. And the first pad is playing the first piece, the first sample, this first slice. So what happens in chop, it's making them into slices. When my cursor's here on slice, and that's 1, I can turn the dial to slice 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to the end. And our last slice is slice 22. And here we have link on, and we have start, and we have the end. So this is the start and the end of this one particular sample. And we can adjust those parameters actually. So I can, let's say, go to this sample here. I move my cursor over to here, and I can adjust whether that's right or not. Now, to do it differently, we have also this chop to threshold, and this is the threshold. So what's happening here, the software is recognizing that this is a sample, and it's saying, well, I want to look at this sample and see the peaks and the valleys. Now here on the computer, you can see even better, of course. You can see these peaks and valleys, right? And you can move these little lines to just hold it down right there. See that? I just move that a little bit. So I can always look even closer here on the computer and look at a particular slice if I want to. And these lines go from top to bottom, and it says, okay, this is a slice. And the reason why it is because there's a peak behind it where something gets louder here. So it knows that this is one piece, this is a piece, that's a piece, and it goes right here. And it's in stereo, obviously, right? It's got almost identical 2 lines, these WAV files. So it's a stereo file too as well. Now, once we got our file like that, what we can do next is we can hit these pads, and each pad represents one of these slices. Now, to show you how it works here, I've got the pad set up here now. Hit a slice, and you'll see in the computer software, as I keep hitting these slices, these pads, it just plays a slice. Now, that's up to 16. So let's say I go to bank B. There you go. And that makes it 22, right? I want you to see something else now. I'm here in threshold, and of course I can go up to 84 right there. So you see here we're in threshold 84, and that's what happens. It keeps adding more and more slices. Now what's happening here, it's getting real sensitive. It's saying, okay, well, this little piece is a slice, that piece is a slice, and this one's a little bit higher than that, and that's a slice, and this is a slice right over here. So obviously the software is just going nuts, right? And then if I go further down here, and I go to threshold level lower than 50, it sees less. It's like getting lazy now. Well, I don't know if I see any slices at all. You go to 0, it sees one big piece. It's like I'm not looking. So you want to sort of like get an idea by turning your data wheel and getting an idea of like, well, how close am I getting to this? And then, so according to what the software works, obviously 50 is it, but you may have to adjust from time to time. And you may need to go in and make slices work you think are going to work better. So this is not an overall just a perfect exact science, made by humans, so we're going to make mistakes doing stuff. But the real purpose here is to get an idea of how to use this sampling editing technique to get the right chop up to make a particular sample fit to play in your track, which is kind of cool. So I can get and do that. Now, once I got a piece I like, let's say we're going to use this just for now as a demonstration. What I can do at that point, I can convert it and convert this sample into something I could use later on. So what I'm going to do next, we're going to press F5. And as we do, you'll notice here we have options. Now this is called convert slices. So it's going to convert slices into a program, all right? So what we're going to do is we're going to crop samples, that's on. We're going to create a new program. So I'm going to take a brand new program, that's on. And we're going to create events for this program. And we know that this sample is 2 bars long, and so the number of bars is 2. Now I'm going to press do it. And now it's going to have this program lined up for us. Okay, I've got that going on. Next, I'm going to press main. Now as I press main, you notice my new program, how's the name of that program? That's why I said it before. ATL90 drum loop 27 in this channel. That says 1, right? CH1. Now, I can go back to my first one here. Cool. And here I had a Moog bass. I can go back to my Moog again if I want to use that. But turn it off anyway. So we're good to go. So next what I want to do is probably play it. So I'll press play from the top. You can see right there. Now it's in time, obviously. Doesn't fit pretty well. Now what I'm going to do, I'm going to solo it now. So I'm going to solo this track. I can press solo right here. I'll press F6. So it's made it so it's in little parts, all chopped up, and they're little events that happen along. It's sort of like ladder-like step thing. And you can see it. And that's how we can do it. So we can take a sample, put it in there, and make it groove to a beat. But we got to find the right sample, obviously. And it's important to probably learn the technique, go over how you can set your chops up in the right spots. The next I want to show you something like right here, you'll see in the list, here's the original sample. Now what the program does, it takes those little chops and make them into smaller samples. See that there? And they're right here. And you'll see each one of these samples appear right here, up to 22 samples. So they're all right there. So I move up the cursor here up and down. I get back to the original one. There's the original one right there. So you'll see this in the list. And this will be part of that program. This will be the original sample it's based on. And the name of the program will be this. But you'll see each little sample from that program are all the chops. Okay, so that was pretty cool. We looped the beat up, and you saw how it chopped it up, and we put it in this sequence. Well, we got rid of that. And now we're going to try a sample, and we're going to loop this one up, but this is not a beat, okay? It's going to be a sound, and you see it right here. We've got it right here in our sample list. It's DJF_172_BM Melancholy Pads. All right. So it's already in the list here. So I just want to go to sample edit. And then I'm going to click on this. And here it is right here. Now, I'm going to just chop this up and pop it in there. And the reason why we chop it up is because the program itself will make sure this sample will fit in. Now, if someone actually played something and it was going to go right in this track, I wouldn't chop it up. So anyway, this is obviously a different tempo than what we're used to for this song. Now, this song here is 101.4 as a tempo. And we don't know what tempo sometimes what these samples are, whether it's a loop beat or just a long 2-bar phrase like this is, just some pads. So what I'll do here, let's play it back. That's the whole thing. That's this loop. It'll loop that whole part there. And to make it fit, and what's going on here is I press chop, and I can see chop or trim, or go to chop. And here we are in chop. It's looking at this section here and this section here, as you can see. And it says these are different sections. So it's saying that I've got these chops here that we're going to use in this loop. Now you can't see where these chops are in terms of transients for beats like a hi-hat or a kick drum or a snare drum, you know, boom, bap, bap. You don't see it. It's just all one long sound. And so it's kind of a little difficult to see what'll fit sometimes. And what you have to do is you got to depend on what's going on with the software. So here in Chop 2, we have threshold, of course. We can do threshold or regions. I can just say, let's just do regions. And if we do regions, it looks at it and says, okay, I really can't see much, but it makes it into separate equal regions. Okay? But I want to use chop. So I'm going to go back here to chop. And we can also use BPM too as well. But we're going to use chop. It was the threshold. And so I'm going to use it to probably go around a little bit more around 55 here. I think this will probably work. So now what I want to do is I want to convert it. So here in the software, we can convert it right here. for slices. I click there. This dialog box comes up here. Sliced samples, crop samples, create a new program, and of course, create events. I press do it. Now, normally I just press main on my MPC, and now we can see what this is here. That's a piece right there. Okay, so the pieces are right here. We'll play it back with the beat. Pretty easy once you get a sample that you think is going to work, and if it blends in with your beat or within the parameters you choose for that sample, you can make it work pretty easily. Okay, so we've got this sound on. And you see we got these 6 different chops of that one sound. And sometimes it's too loud. So what we need to do is go into this program, and you see them right here in the pads. We have these 6 pads. We want to lower them. So the way to do this is to go back to Program Edit. I hit Program Edit on my MPC, and we can turn these sounds down. Because there are 6 of them, they all appear right here, 1 through 6. So I can go in here and bring them down. Let's see if I can put my 52 there. Bring this down about the same thing. So I'll just bring them in the same, get them all the same level. Let's do real quick here for the demonstration of this video. And here's 5, and then here's 6. Now they're lower. That way you can lower the sample sound down and get a chance to hit a track. So it won't be overall one group. Because if you go back to Program Edit, you won't see anything in the program. See that? There's no layer here, there's nothing. But what I can do in Program Edit, this is important to realize, I can still change the tempo. I mean the pitch. See, the pitch right there. I can also fine tune the pitch. So I can fine tune the pitch right there. So we won't see any sort of layers here. The use of the filters, can't use that at all. We have nothing to layer the filters with. And the pad play modes don't actually work. But what is working is that we can use the master here for tuning of that sample. Now I took another sample in, and the purpose of this lesson is that sometimes you're taking a chop in and you chop it up, you like it, but it sounds a little off some spots. And you can move it around too, so. So some parts might sound a little off. So here's what I do. We go here to where it says time correct, right? It's time correct. I want to go to off. Otherwise, if you move a piece, it's going to be locked to the tempo. I'll go back to, let's say, 16 notes. If I try to move something, I can barely move it around. But if I go here, and I go to off, then I'm free to move it just a little bit. See? And I can even grab it like that, hit shift, get my arrow key, and move it a lot more, or move it a little bit less, and just move it anywhere I want to move it. They really have a free form movement of any of these little samples within this chop. So I can play it back from the top. And some might come in too fast. I might say I want to pull this one back a little bit. Oh, let me get rid of that one. And go to this one. And since I am in its free form, where I've got no time correction, and if I can just keep it playing actually, and just keep adjusting. right and you like it, then you can do some stuff, add a little effect, a little bit of reverb, or a little bit of delay somewhere to make it all mesh in together. And this is a cool way to get those samples to work really well with your beat. Okay, that was kind of cool. We looped some stuff up. Well, now I want to really get more in depth about the sample edit page. There are 3 ways to load samples. We can go here to our pop-up menu. I can scroll to a sample. Click on it, it loads into the display. Next, I can click on a sample here in the project info section. Click, drag. It loads into the display. I can also click on a sample, then right-click it. I get this menu, go to edit, it loads. Let's go over the display window. Now it's pretty simple. The top part of this window can either be samples or time. I'm gonna right-click right here on that number line. You see it right there. It's time in seconds or milliseconds and in samples. Now currently the selection is samples. I'll go here and now I'm in terms of time. Now the end and the beginning of a sample, they're green. See this green line right here? That's green, that's the end. The line over here to the left is the start, and that's green as well. But if I move this line, it turns red. I move this line here also in the end one, that turns red, okay? But see, I turned that red, and this one turned back to green. I grab this one, move this over here, now this one turns back to green. Be aware of that. Also, sometimes you want to zoom in. You want to see, well, I don't know, it could be close, but what? So you grab right here, this little button there, you zoom in. Oh, this is our beginning. We get a little better view. We can zoom right into the sample. I may want to move it back some. I'll move it over here. Let me zoom in again. You grab the little button, you zoom in. Now, once you have zoomed in, you can always get this little piece right here and go right along your waveform and look for other parts you might want to zoom in for. But of course, you want to bring the button back out so the longer that little piece comes in the middle, you can get even a better view and you get larger increments to view of your sample waveform. Now let me put this back in and we got the full. Now I'm going to go for sample edit right here. Now we can do one or two things. We could trim it up or we can chop it up. You know what I mean? Now trim means we're going to just get the edge here. I'm going to trim it here, a little bit there, a little bit over here, and get the right size. That size right there I want. Or we can chop it up into a whole bunch of pieces. And I'll click on chop right here. And as you can see right there, what the software does, it looks at the peaks and the valleys. Okay, this is this high, that's that high. I'm gonna cut here, stop here, cut here, put a line there, and these little lines appear there, little green ones. And you can always click on them, you know. Hey, I want to move this one over here. I think that's a better place for a chop. So between chop and trim is that, of course, chop is going to look at the entire waveform and find parts to chop up and make into little samples. Now to play the sample back, we got these pads that are designated as playback pads. For example, A13. That says play loop. Now it loop. Okay, that loops. Now, A15 says play sample. A16 says play all. Okay, here's the difference. I'm going to take this part here, put this into here. I'm going to take the end and drag it into here. And now this little area in the middle is the sample. I'll play the pad. That's it. But now I want to play the whole thing, not just the middle part. I'll hit A16. That's the difference. The next two pads are pads A10 and A11. Now, A10 is play to the start. So it's going to play from the beginning here to the start here where that green line's at. That's all it plays. And then A11 will play from start. That's right where the green line is at right there. To the end. Now we're going to use pads 6 and 7. To do it, I have to click on loop. So loop here has to be active, right? Now it says there, play to loop start. Now, I'll play loop for you once. Now you understand. And this one says, play from loop start. Now this pad goes to obviously to the full end of the sample, past the actual end that we see here in loop. Okay? Okay, 2 more pads. Pad A2 and A3, okay? 2 and 3. Now, if I hit this pad 2, we play from the green line here, start to the red line. And if I hit pad number 3, we play from the end of this sample red line to the end of the sample here. So if this is all the way over here, that's all we get. One more thing before we move on to part 2. These banks mean nothing in this. See, I'm clicking here. All it means is D, F, G, H, whatever it is. These commands for the pads remain the same regardless of bank. Now I want to go over the knobs. Now these first set of knobs here I want to talk about are going to be 1, 5, 9, and 13. Now you notice here on the software, and also on your MPC, that if I move knob 1, it moves and looks like it's barely moving, right? Small increments. Gotta keep turning it, moves. Okay. This one's in larger increments, a little bit bigger than that. And this one here is bigger than that. That 9's pretty big, but 13 is massive. So I can turn this knob and you actually see the movement. And so, those knobs on the hardware, of course on the software too, will just adjust the start point of the sample. And the next set of knobs, conversely, that'll be 3, 7, 11, and 15. They do the end of the sample. So this smaller one, of course, well, look at that. That was really a lot there. I'll move this out a little bit here. There you go, larger and larger. Look at that, really large, right? But this one here, it takes a little bit. I got to move a little bit. Of course, that was more, and this one's here. So they work the same way, except to the end of the sample. Now, if you're looping something, of course, we're going to turn loop on right here. And it also works on our MP from right here, from the F4 button, okay? Once that's on, we can loop. And so, knobs 2, 6, 10, and 14 are the loop knobs. That means, of course, like before, this is in small increments, a little bit larger, this is better, and this is in massive increments right there. Just slip it and slide right along there to get the beginning of your loop. Now next I want to talk about the settings. You can see the settings right here in the middle of our page, and it's also on your MPC hardware as well. That information is right there, and you can view it, whether in snaps or whatever. As long as you're in sample edit, you can view it. And it's really important to view it, of course. Now the first thing I want to talk about here is called snap to 0. And we want to make sure when we're dealing with a sample, generally I want to make sure it snaps to 0, particularly a beat. Now for example, I got a beat here, we'll say I can play this back a little bit. And here's a little clip right there, right? So let's go back, let's view this. Let's get a little zoom in going on here. See what happens here? We're not really on it. We got like a little piece here that shouldn't be there. Even if I move this here, let me move this up a little bit. And as I do, you'll notice that it's still not the 0 axis. Now right here and right here, there's a line that goes through these waveforms. And that's 0. And so it goes up and down is minus, this is plus, minus. And we want to make sure when we do loop something that we get to where it's like here. Otherwise it gets a little, comes right back in. And to avoid that, we have this automatic snap to zero if we get very close. So that's why we kind of like always love to go to zooming in and zoom in as much in CLC. We're not, so we want to get right on top of that axis, get it right here. I always make sure I'm there. But if we're not, this will get as close as possible. Now, the next thing we want to talk about here is tuning. So I can tune a sample out. Let me hit this pad here first. Now I'm going to tune it up a little bit here. I can also use a knob. And we can tune our sample up. Now the root note, this means that hitting middle C on a keyboard, we will have the ability to trigger the note at its natural pitch, the pitch that we sampled at. Like here, if I had it here, this would be middle C, we'll say for example, it would play right there. And we'd be playing that sample on a keyboard. That keyboard isn't hooked up yet, so don't worry about that. And of course, there's loop. Now below settings, we have process. Now sometimes you may want to delete what's there or discard something. I mean, well, I want to delete the sample. Don't want that sample. I want to discard the beginning and the end. I want silence here. I want to extract one section. I want to normalize, reverse. We can fade in. We can fade out to the sample. We can pitch shift, time stretch. We can gain change, and we can copy it. Sometimes I'm making a beat up, and I got a loop, but I don't want to use all of it. I want to get rid of something in the middle. Well, here in this process here, we can do that. Now, obviously, from the diagram, we get rid of the middle, and we keep the front and the back, right? So I'm going to cancel this out now so we can hear it back. Here's the original. That's the original. Now, I'll go here to delete. I'll press delete, and I'll press delete. Now, we'll hear it back again. Let's loop it. I got the part just what I want. Now we're going to go over process. Now here in process, I'm going to select discard. Now as I do, you'll notice the same screen comes up on our hardware. Makes it much easier. So for example, here in discard, it's pretty obvious. We have two grayed out pieces, and we have one piece in the middle. And the two on the outside are heading to the garbage. So we're trying to get the right size of the piece we want. Get that piece and get rid of the rest. And once we do, we select do it. Now watch what happens. It chops that sample up and gives us just what we want. Sometimes I'm making a beat up and I got a loop, but I don't want to use all of it. I want to get rid of something in the middle. Well, here in this process here, we can do that. Now obviously from the diagram, we get rid of the middle and we keep the front and the back, right? So I'm going to cancel this out now so we can hear it back. Here's the original. That's the original. Now, I'll go here to delete. I'll press delete, and I'll press delete. Now, we'll hear it back again. Let's loop it. I got the part just what I want. Now, this next part is real easy. You may want silence between something. Let's say you got a singer or singing something, and let's say they got bangles on or earrings or I don't know, maybe they're scratching something, you got noise, you want to get rid of it. And so to do that, we go silence. We click here, it's obvious, I'll press do it, and there's silence right where you want it. Now we have something that's similar to discard here, and this is called extract. As you can see, that's extract. And then here, this is discard. So it just gets rid of stuff. But in extract, we keep it, we make a brand new sample because you might want to use both of them or something. And this way we can extract what's in the middle and get rid of the ends. Here we are normalized. This is pretty simple. You can see right here, this first diagram depicts a small wave file, meaning small but low in volume. The one it's going to become is higher in volume. which means it normalizes to the maximum without distorting that sound quality at all. Now, if I do it here, you'll notice here in the middle section that I've actually got between the start and the end point. It only does it there. Be aware of that. So if you're going to pick an area you want to normalize, either pick the entire area or just a small area within that sample range. Now, one of my favorite features always is to have a reverse. I love reversing samples now and then. It's sort of fun. I like to do hi-hats a lot, actually. So anyway, here we are, reverse. This is obviously, it's going to turn it backwards. I've got an area picked out, and bam, reverse this area right here. And I think I'll play it back. Just for fun. Now, sometimes I've got to fade a sample in, particularly sirens, like ambulance, police sirens, fire engines, because they're coming from a distance. And when they are, they're going to slowly amp up. Well, that and other stuff too anyway. But to do that, we have several different fading qualities we can use here within the software. So here we have linear. And I've got a section already picked out for that. I'll press do it. And I'm going to hit the pad here. And that's how that comes in. I'm going to do this. That's linear. And that's pretty much a smooth, steep line, pretty much. It's not a curve, but a straight line to the normal pitch that's going to be there. We're going to go to here. And then we're going to go do the next one, which is logarithmic. Here. And I'll do it. We'll hit this one back now. Comes in fast. I'm like a curve. This gets in there pretty quickly. Like a little curve there. Let's undo that one. And the last one is expo. And we go right back here to fade in. And this one's going to really fade in real slow. I'm going to click here. And you see from the waveform, it's really going to just come in slowly. So a little bit, then it comes right in. Those are the 3 fade values we have. And guess what? We got to fade out. So those fire engines and those sirens is fading out. They're going past you. They're fading away. So we got a fade out, a natural fade out. We've got linear fade out. And we've got log and we got exp. So it's the same thing, just a fade out. I'll do maybe just linear right here. And I'll do it. And we'll hear it right here fade out from this point. So let's hear it fade out from the beginning. And that's the fade. You got a vocalist. She's singing some background parts. One part's a little off. You want to fix it a little bit. What I normally do, I try to pitch shift it up, make it fit in properly. Or if I got someone who can barely sing that good, and I know the pitch she should be in, I'll make her do the note, and then I'll pitch shift it later on to make it sound like she's perfect. Here's how you do that. Now we got a sample selected right here. I'll go to pitch shift. And I may know exactly what that pitch is. If not, I'll go to the keyboard, find the pitch should be up. And here I'll go up, it should be up maybe 1 semitone, maybe 2 semitones at best. And I go up there. I'll try it from here. We'll say 3 semitones. And I'll press do it. Now this depends on the kind of power your computer's got going on there. And if it's really hot, you got it going on pretty good, like mine's really pumped up, really muscled up power, got a lot of gigabytes in here. It'll process quickly and we'll play it back. And if it's wrong, I'll just go back over here and I'll say, I don't know. And I'll undo. And I'll play it again. And then say, I'm not too sure now. And I'll do it again. When we're working with drum patterns, sometimes you may need to actually pitch them up. Not speed them up, but pitch them up. Now, what this means is that we want to keep the same sound. We just want to get it to be faster, okay? And that's where time stretch comes here. Now here, for example, the original tempo could be 120. And what I want to do is maybe slow it down and speed it up. I'm not too sure. This original tempo, this one I believe is about 90. So I'm going to go here to 90. And there we are at 90. And I may want to go to 120. I don't think that's too fast for me because sometimes if you go real fast, it's going to have a really bad sound to get this digital artifacts thing happening where some noise is in there. I'm going to go to maybe 103. I'm going to go right here at about 1. Okay, right there's good. So let me cancel that and play it back first. Okay, now I'm going to go back here to time stretch. Good, they're still there. I'll press do it. Now it's taking some time there. It says 100%. Oh, that was pretty quickly. Okay, play it back. So you see, the pitch is the same. The drums sound the same. They're just faster. That's time stretch. Now next here we have this gain. So before we had a thing called normalize. We got to the peak. And this one here, we can gain it up and it might even distort if you get it really too loud. So you have to really adjust the amplitude that you're going to add to the sample. I may want to gain a little bit, I say just a little bit up. And then look at that. That's distorted now. I'm pretty sure that is. Oh, that's terrible. See? So you got to be aware of what you're doing. Make sure you do it right. If not, do it over. Now this is very simple. It's just copy. I copy, I make a new sample. That's it. Now we have two more features here. One is a bit reduce. I can go to 12-bit, reduce bit. And this is pretty cool. You want to get a much warmer sound. Less of the highs, but you get a little more deeper sound. The original sound. And also, I never do this, but if you want to, you can always turn a stereo track into a mono one. So turn a stereo sample into one simple singular sample. So I got preferences opened, and let's say I go here. I need some pops and clicks as I do this. This is just for demonstration. You can put the beat on, someone can rap the song, and it's in the MPC, and then you're free. Okay, that's kind of whack. So in reality, I just showed you how it works. It's pretty cool, easy to do, and sort of fun if you got your headset on. But the point here being that we have a reset peak. Too loud, reset the peak again. Let's start recording it again, put it on, and then bam, there it is. A new peak has been set right here. Now I want to talk about sampling before we start sampling. Now here we have record arm. So we can record left and right. Now, if you're using a microphone, you're not recording in stereo, okay? So you're going to have just one side plugged in, the left or right plugged in, right? You're going to record that only. We have our input source here. This could be external source or a resample. We have our input monitor. That means we're going to listen back to the signal coming in. Our sample length, we got our sample to record and then to tell it to stop. And we have our reset peak. But before we do all this, we must check out our preferences. So we go here into the MPC on the menu bar, go to preferences and open it up. And the first option is audio. Now as before, I'm using built-in output to send directly to me here. And then the input, if I had a bass guitar or a guitar player come in or a microphone, I would use the input in the back of the MPC, right? And my active input is 1 and 2. And to test it, we just go right here to test our input. Now in this case, I'm going to use a microphone, my built-in microphones. I talk to you here doing this video. And as I talk, you can see that the LEDs here are rising as I say something. And when I stop, it goes back down. But there is some sort of room noise always. Now also, we must pick a sample rate. Now I like to use high sample rates actually, because I get the high end fidelity and the bottom I get the full range. But if your system is not that fast, you haven't got that much memory, and you also have to keep these files on your computer, they might be big files if I use 96 Hertz. So 44.1 is good too as well. Then there's the audio buffer size. Now I want to talk about audio buffer size. So what happens here is that when I talk, and then the computer has to figure out the signal's coming in, and then record it. There's latency. It's not going to happen automatically. There's a time difference between the time I say something and the time the computer plays it back to us. And this is known as latency. Now, lower values will result in a more immediate playback response, but it's going to be a lot of consumption of CPU power. Be aware of that. So if you're working with like large projects and you got a problem, you will have pops and clicks occurring with lower latency settings. Now, for example, here, you'll see we have different settings. Now, at 64 samples, I only have 1.5 milliseconds worth of latency. And at the higher range, at 1984 samples, we're going to have 45.0 milliseconds. So I guess the best way is a problem. Let me go in the middle somewhere here. I'll press OK. I'm going to go here and let's see, this is in stereo, input monitor, and you can hear me. And it's going to be a little latent. And here's that noise in the background. Yeah, okay, you hear that. So look, I'm going to go back over to preferences. And here we are, preferences again. And I'm going to go here and lower it. Now, how's that sound? That sounds a lot better, right? So real close, much better. Almost ready. It's time to record. I want to explain some other functions here. Now, I want to talk more about threshold. So threshold is this little line. You got to cross the threshold, okay? And so what happens is that when the signal crosses the threshold, the software will start sampling. So if it's way down here, and I got a signal going in like, hey, what's going on like that, it's going to cross the threshold. But if I move the threshold up to here, and I don't talk so loud, and I just talk down here, then it's not going to cross the threshold, and the software will not start recording, okay? And this is a threshold response software. So for example, here I can put it right there, and I got my resets. I'll talk here for a second. Hello, I'm going to reset this. Okay, and this is my sample length right here. Let's record, stop, and we're taking an external sample. So I'm going to do both sides, I guess, since I am recording through my stereo headset with the mic on it. Well, we're ready to record right now. So I'm going to press this input monitor on. I'll make this threshold a little bit further up. And watch. Now I'm talking kind of low. When I get a little louder, it starts to record. See that? Now I'll press stop. I'll play. Louder, it starts to record. See that? Now I'll press stop. Let me try. Now that's what happens. So you can see there I recorded in. Once it passed the threshold level, then it started to record the signal that was coming in. And that's our external input source. Now, for an internal source, which is known as resampling in the MPC Renaissance software, what I would do is I would use input monitor. No, I don't. I'm going to record from the machine. Okay, I'm going to record that right now. So I'm just going to press record here. And I'll go to stop. And see what happened? So what's happening here is that in resample, your MPC Renaissance software will record the input. And I'll play this back for you so you hear this back. And that's just a resample. So we have both ways of recording, externally and internally, which is known as resample in the software. Now remember, when we're in chop or trim, we do have a process here. Now in chop, we have silence, extract, normalize, reverse, fade in, fade out, pitch shift, and the gain change, all right? Don't forget that. Now we're going to record a bass line into a sequence. Now I'm ready to record internally into my MPC Renaissance. Now our setup's the same in the front, but in the back what we're going to do, we're plugging a cable into the left side of our input. That's that mic input cable that's either 1/4 inch or XLR. Okay, I'm ready to record now. I've got one side ready, my right side. As you can see here, it's red. That means that it's armed and ready to record. Next, we've got an input source. It's external, not internal, and we do resampling. I have an input, so I've got a bass hooked up. That's it right there. And below that, we have sample length. Now, over here, on our Q-Link side, over here on the left, Q-Link 1 is a threshold. So I can always change my threshold right here. Q-Link 3, I can designate how many minutes I want to use for this recording. And 4, how many seconds. And here's a track right here. Let's do this. Okay, here we go. I'm going to press record, but first I'm going to press play start. And now record. Okay, that's it. I'll press stop. We'll keep this one. So see, we recorded through about 2 minutes and 4 seconds here. And we can see it's almost 2 minutes long. Of course, here it's in samples. I'm going to go to time. And now we can see how long it was. Okay, great. About 51 seconds and change. And of course, it's a mono sample. And we can always play it back as well. Now right here is my input for the recording. The output here goes to the speakers, of course. Okay, now check this out. This is the output, right? So normally you want to be here. So this way the bass player or the guitar player will hear, or the vocals will hear back through the MPC's output. Now as I play the bass, you'll notice we have the dB rising here for our input. The louder I turn it up, I can get into the red. That's distortion. You don't want it to go into red. You want to keep it below that red signal, right below 0 dB. Next, this is the input coming in. This is the track with the drums in the group of this sequence. And this is the output to the speaker system. So make sure you have a good balance and keep your levels a little low before you start playing it back in your system. Now this sample's pretty long, and it's already been named by the software. And here it is right here, sample 001. Now what I'm going to do next is look at it, maybe chop it up and put it in this track. And what I would normally do here is just go right here to sample edit. Now I'm in sample edit, I can edit the sample. Okay, so look at this. We have red in the start and green over here in the end. Now the reason why that is because when I zoom in, it zooms to the red. See that? Now if I click on the endpoint, let's get this right here. So I can grab a hold, there it is right there. And I zoom in again, it goes to the endpoint. Makes it much easier. And here's a tip. When you're trying to get a sample, try to keep a little bit of room in the front, a little in the end. And then when you actually play it back, you can adjust it a little better. Okay, so I've got this sequence called Busta, and it's a sequence from AKAI that you get when you load the program, and it's in this sequence list. Then there's a program for it. Once you load it in, you get this sequence here. Let me play it back from the top. Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to do step-by-step recording. Not that hard, it's pretty easy to do. Now, we did recording using note events. You know, you go in here and you say, okay, I want to put this here and I put that there. Okay, yeah, and then we'll bring down this level of this down to here, and it turns a different color because the velocity is lower. We're going to do that right now. But we're going to do it using step edit. Now, here's how it works. We're going to go right over here, and we're going to hit the step sequence button right there. Now, once that button is depressed, we will see certain events. Now, for example, right here, we're seeing the hi-hat. So you can see the hi-hats right here, hi-hat closed, says 30 right there, right? And over here, you can see the colored pads. There's different colors, like orange and some are red, notating the velocity settings for each one of these pads. Now, I'll just press play. See that? There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Then the next bar. So these 16 pads represent each step. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And then if I go over here, and you'll see it on the screen, it says edit bar. And you go to 2, and you'll see bar 2. Then I can press play. We don't see it yet. And now bar 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1. Then 2. I can go back here to 1 again and add some parts. And stop it. Now, I can also go back here, select the kick drum, press play. I add a bunch in. Add more here. So it's pretty simple. And that's how you do step-by-step recording. I want to go over some more ideas here and actually talk about preferences. So, of course, we have audio preferences. We also have MIDI preferences. And sometimes you might want to plug a controller in. And you want the control either control your MPC, or it might be just a keyboard you might use. So we have the inputs right here. For example, we have input 1 and input 2. And these are the first 2 inputs for MIDI. And we also have here the MIDI mapping here. And this is the MIDI out. It's A, B, C, and D, which is marked as 1, 2, 3, 4 in the back of your MPC. Now, here it says public. I can make this say, of course, port 1, port 2, 3, and then 4. Now next, here we have the plugins. Now this is our plugins parameters section here. And this is for VST or AU. Now here you can choose up to 4 different data paths for your hard drive to find out where VST or audio plugins are that you can use within your MPC software. So we have these 4 different paths right here. And you can select them and place them here. You can also have this software rescan for them and scan for new ones as well. So what happens here use the scan new function when you make settings for the first time. So you make this in the first time, so okay, wait, it's going to scan new. But then, when you're looking for old stuff, you can go back here and you can go scan all. Now, the scan all button will perform a complete scan of all the selected plugin data and its paths as well. Now, the next preferences we have here is the auto load, and this is kind of cool. Here in the auto load right here, I can choose files to load up. So I turn it on, and the MPC Renaissance software will look for these files. So the auto load function sort of allows you to choose an auto load file, and it can be a project file, which is .xpj. And it can also be a program file, which is .xpm. And you just find it here. You say, okay, I'm going to go right here, and you're looking for your file and say, okay, great, I'm looking for a file, and I want to use this one. Bam, I pull this up. And that's there for auto load. If I have a template, let's say, that I want to use, I'd pull that up as well. Now my next tab here is the sequencer tab. We've got a couple options here. And one of the main options, of course, is this instant track mute. Now, my older MPCs did that, like the MPC 60 and 3000. And what would happen is that these MPC softwares would allow that particular track to play out. So if this option is deactivated, what happens is that the note on message will be ignored. And this is pretty much an easy way to let that one loop just play out without being interrupted while it's playing. So it's instant track mute. Next, we have here record mute events. Now, this lets you record track mute events. So track mute events are only recorded when you are in track mute mode. Like timing correction settings will affect the recorded position of the track mute events. So be aware of that. And the other option here is called play track mute events. And this lets you play back track mute events so that track mute events are only played back when you are in track mute mode. And the next one we have here is, let's see, record pad aftertouch events. So this enables you to record on the pad after touch data. Now next here we have in our preferences is the other. And here you have a bunch of stuff here. And the first of which is this tap tempo. And so this you can set how many taps it'll take for the software to recognize and say, okay, you hit it twice, tap, tap, and this is the tempo. So it's a tap tempo thing. And you can set it to be 2, 4, or 3. And you just tap the tap tempo, it'll say, okay, this is 100 BPM. Pretty simple, easy to do. Next we have our filter all notes off right here. The CC right here. And I can filter all note off data. Now if you have connected another device to the MPC Renaissance MIDI in, checking this box will cause the MPC software to ignore any all notes off messages, which is like this MIDI panic thing. That is, if a MIDI device sending MIDI messages into the MPC sends a MIDI panic message, and the software will not stop all notes and will continue as before, recording straight through the track. So I don't know, pretty much you probably. Now next, we have here, this is pad threshold. So I can set my pad threshold level, at which point do how hard I hit it or how soft I hit it will it start to activate, okay? Then we have our pad sensitivity. How sensitive is it? And the pad curve. Now, if you don't know about this stuff, I suggest you should probably keep it the way it is, unless you've been using an MPC before and you have a particular setup you prefer to use. Now, below the pad curve, we have the foot switch 1 and 2. Now, the foot switch is kind of cool. I haven't seen this in a while, actually. And what this does allows you to do a play start or play stop. Let's say you're a DJ and you're doing some gig and you've got some stuff you want to deal with, like play a few tracks you've got on your MPC software. Well, you can have a foot switch to play, start, stop. You can do record, play, overdub, obviously. You can hit certain pads, 1 through 16 pads. Put a program up, have your foot switch, hit this pad, hit that pad. It might trigger a sample or some sort of song. Or you can use F1, F8. Well, they're all here. You can check them out. All the parameters are here. And you can do it for foot switch 1 or foot switch 2. The next in the preferences, we have this show hardware button, which is right here. If I click on this, I'll get to see the type of hardware this is, MPC Renaissance, the firmware, because sometimes they will actually update the firmware, so it's always good to see this too. You might get a driver and you have to download that as well. So here we have a driver version, and we have this serial number, which is always important to know your serial number and have it available. And this is right here for the hardware information to the show hardware info. Now below this here we have the program change, which is right here. So I have program change, and what happens here is with program change, you can define what an incoming MIDI program change will change. So I can say it could change the program, or that incoming data could change the sequence, or it could change the track. And this works well with other sequencers. You might have different sequencer, and you want to tell your MPC, well, look, I want to change to track 2 when this particular program comes up. It'll do that. Now, below that, we have our vintage mode. And that's that little white button you see on the left-hand side, right below the AKAI Professional logo. And it's the same thing here. We can toggle between different setups of, let's say, an MPC 3000, an MPC 60, and SP 1200. And these are pretty much just settings that emulate these old classic machines. My favorite is the SP 1200. Now let's look at the menu items here. We'll look at File first. So here in File, we have a couple of options. The first one is New Project. Now, it'll open a brand new project, but you got to close the old one first. So make sure you close your other project up. Otherwise, you pull it up, it'll say New Project. Well, you got to save the old one. Cancel that. Next, we have New from Template. So I may have a template made up that could be just like a hip-hop or a template for commercials. I mean, bass, drums, and keyboards and whatever. And I want to bring that up. So I have this template in there, or several templates. And I'll pick the one I want to bring up. I'll bring that template up and I'll use it in the session. And the next option is Load Recent. So if you got maybe 4 or 5 different recent products you're working on in your MPC, they'll be here. And you can load whichever you want. But I always prefer to have the auto load work. It just works better for me. If I'm working on a project, let it auto load when I open up the MPC program. Next, we have Save Project, which is pretty simple. You're working on a project, you need to save it, and you need to save constantly because you never know when the power's going to go out or something that happened. Keep saving your data as you work. I also do one other thing where I'll save a project as. I might be doing a song, and then all of a sudden, I may have to do like a short version for someone to take a vocal to someone's house to try and do a vocal. I'll do a 1-minute version. So I'll save the original song. I may save a radio mix of that song. I may also save a 1-minute version of that song. That way I can bring them up anytime I want to bring them up in the mix. I also can save all programs. You can save current program. I can also save the current sequence. So, just work with your project. And if you need to save something, save it in the format that works best for you. Now we can also export files. This is kind of cool. I can export my MPC files into, like, say, a MPC 1000 or for an MPC 2500 sequencer, or as an MPC 1000 or 25 sequence program, or as an MPC 5000 sequence or an MPC 5000 program. I can also export MIDI files for MIDI export, or I can export everything as an audio mixdown, which is kind of cool. So I press this button here and I get audio mixdown. So I can say, look, I want to start from the beginning here, and this is the end, and this is how long it's going to be. So, okay, cool. And It's going to be a WAV file. See, it's from the master output. It's going to be a WAV file, or I can make it an AFF or an MP3 file. This is kind of cool. You could be working on a project, and then you want to say, well, I want to save this, and maybe I'll play it back on my iPod. Or I may want to just save it and send it to my friend in Chicago or something, or LA or whatever, and check out this mix, see if you can get the synth and put some vocals to it. This is kind of cool. And you can also save it for different formats. So we can do an 8-bit, a 16-bit, 24-bit, which is really great. Plus, we can also do sample rates, which I like a lot here. You can do a 44.1, 48. We got an 88, and of course, my favorite, the 96K hertz, which is really good. So you got to select the format you want to use and do it. And when you're ready, just go to export. Export will say where you want to put it at, and you put it there. Let's see here. Okay, we're going to edit. Okay, this is pretty simple. This has your standard edit commands. Undo. That's pretty simple. You're doing something, you make a mistake, or you don't like it, you undo it. And the cool thing, of course, here, we have 200 undos. So you can keep going back, which is kind of cool, providing you're still open in the session. If you close the session out, you lose undos. Pretty simple. We got redo. So I can do, and then undo, and then redo. Okay, good. You got it. We can cut stuff out. Obviously, grab something here. We go to here, we say cut it. Then I go back to here and I say undo. Well, did it. We can copy, we can paste, and we can clear. Pretty simple. My next option here is time correction. And this has to deal with us quantizing the values of certain notes. Maybe you want to do 16th notes or quarter notes or 8th notes or 16th note triplets. Now, if it's already set and you like it, you'll select the area you want to select. Like, for example, I'll select this track here and I'll say, okay, apply. But if you're just starting out and you want to make it a certain setting, you go to settings. And here you can do so. Quarter note, 8th note, 16th note, quarter note triplet, 8th note triplet, 16th note triplet, 64th note triplet, all there. I select off, it cuts everything else off. So I go back to here. I can also change my swing value between 50 and 75. Also have window. We also have shift timing and strength. And of course, we can select events, whether it be all events, selected events, or in a certain range in that project. Let's say 4 or 5 bars here or there. Next, we have syncing. And to sync is to like get another controller, or let's say another MPC, and you want to make these two instruments work together, the MPC Renaissance and the MPC 60 or something. Well, we got to sync them up. And here in the sync settings, I can select my syncing, send. I can send MIDI clock, or I can send MIDI time code, which is commonly known as MTC. I can select the frame rate. So the frame rate has to deal with primarily film or syncing to film. So you have a 25 or a 24, which is used mostly in Europe, and we have a 30 drop and a 39 drop. I can sync to other. I can always sync to other outputs. Like here, I can sync to public, the port in the back, of course, the MIDI ports out. I can send my sync data there. I can select, maybe I want to send a 1 here, and I may want to send 1 to here. I select that. There you go. I check it off, and we know where it's going. You can see once you select it, you can't get out of it. Unless you're, start from the top again. Then we have device control. And this is for MIDI machine control. Now, what device control does, it allows you to send MIDI machine control information from the transport buttons on the MPC. That's called MMC. And it only sends transport commands. It does not include like track arming for like record or other really super advanced features. So it's just saying, okay, we're going to start and we're going to stop. Okay, so you probably know by now that we deal with mostly programs in MPC. And a program in the MPC is a file. Like, for example, this is a file right here. And the file contains a list of all samples used and its settings for each sample, like where the pad is assigned for this, or the loop points, or the pitch tuning, effects. And what happens, the MPC edit program mode lets us edit and assign these samples. So for example, I can go in here and I can assign these samples. I'm here, I'm in main, and we don't see this part of the sequencer, but we generally going to see the parameters that we can edit. For example, here in this keyboard program, I can edit the sample types in layers. I have 3 layers here. We also have the velocity level. So if I strike a key, like for example, right here, this little keyboard, it was hooked up, I would hit it soft or medium soft or semi-hard, hit it hard, there would be a certain sound that the keyboard would generate. And you'll see it here, for example, where we have these velocity ranges, where it's 105 to 127. And the second layer is from 90 to 114. So between 105 and 114, we'll hear both of these samples. So you're getting the idea of what's going on here with a layer within the key group. I could also pitch right here and turn other sounds around and turn the keyboard from being a keyboard to like almost a bass where it's mono. Here it's poly. I can play more than one note at a time. Now, there's a difference, of course, with the drum group, for example. I go here and I'll select a track that has drums to it. And I'll go, let's see, let me scroll it back up here. Here we go, here it is right here. And these are the drum tracks right here, right? And if I go to the program, we're going to see something different. Okay, so I hit this drum right here. We're going to see I have a drum right here. And I can simultaneously play more than one drum. I can set it to play more than one drum. Like on the keyboard, I have it there where I layer them out. And I have them polyphonic. But here, I'm hitting 2 different drum sounds. So I take this off and take this off. That's just one drum sound. So I can simultaneously play 4 different drums, and I can also add more layers here. So you can add a lot within a program for one drum sample. And I can still do the same velocity setting here, except it's a little different. It doesn't say sample here, right? So, but I can do the same with the velocity levels right here, which makes it much easier. So there's a difference between the drum program and the key group program. And you got to be aware of that too while you are creating these programs or even using them. It may seem hard for right now how to create a program, but it really isn't. And we'll explore that right now. We're going to go back here to main, and I'm going to make a new program. So I'm going to go to a new track, and we're going to go to track number 3, and I want to go here for program, and right here, as you can see, I can add a program. Now, once I do, the software asks me what type of program do I want to create. So I can create a drum or a key group program. In this case, I'll create a drum program. And I can name that program. And then I'll press OK. And now I have that program. But nothing's in the program. So what I can do, I can always navigate to some drums, or I can go to here, edit program, and there's nothing in this program, but I'll have from the list I already have from the samples I've already logged in, they'll still be there. So there's a bunch of samples I have from a different program that I can load in. Or what I can do, I can find my way back to a program I want to get some drums from. Let's say, for example, I've got this drum kit here. Open this up, and I want to look at some samples. And I want to load a few samples here. And I'll pick out samples and load. Just loading them up. And so I click them. It's going to populate here in my project info right here on the samples, as you probably know from our previous videos. And they're appearing here in the bottom. So the last samples I actually take in are loading up. Let's put a bunch of samples in there for no reason at all. Don't replace. Cancel that. Let's do another one. Just for random use. Here we go. And they're all there. So I would now go back to this program edit. I'd go here. I look for those samples I want to use. And they're all the way down here. So that's what I'm going to use here. I might want to use a kick drum. I pull it up. Hit it. It's that kick drum. I can go to here. I may want to add a layer of a kick. So we can create a program. And it's pretty simple to do that. And this is how you can create a drum program. Well, now I've created a new group, and it's called Keats. So that's wrong. I'm going to go back here again. I'm going to probably delete this group. Delete that. And make a new group, a group called Keys. I'll click here once. Good. Now Keys plus. And then it's got to be a key group. So I'm going to go right down to here, and we'll say key group. I'll press OK. Now, I'm going to make a key group up. We're going to go here to program, and now we're going to see that key group, only because we were in that track and it was already selected right there. It makes it much easier. You'll notice here we have some of the same settings I showed you earlier with a key group. Now, what I prefer to do, what you should always do, is create zones for certain samples. So for right here, I'm going to make sure that this is my zone here for the sample. Then I want to load some samples in. So I'll go here in my list, I'll scroll down, and I'm looking for this sample first. And I want to have my next sample come in there next. And that's this one. That's A. These are all A, the same note, just different levels, different volumes of that particular note when it's struck a certain way. Of course, when it's hard or soft or whatever. And here we go. These represent actual music notation, of course, F, MF, MP, and P. And so I would create a range. So here I'm going to create a range for this one. Like before, was, oh, that's good enough range there. And here I'll go maybe to here, bring this down to about there, and then over here I may go to take this to somewhere within that range. This can go overlap a little here, and then overlap somewhat there, and this one can take the whole bottom end that's over here, from maybe right about there. And then that's that one note right here. I hit this one note, and it'll trigger that note right there. So, and we're going to make sure where that note's at, actually. So I'm going to go here to C, and there it is. Because we're actually here in the C bank. See the C here? We're in the C area, so. That's hitting it soft. So you can see the different ways I hit it, we're going to get a different sound of that note. And if I could fine tune it, I took more time, I would fine tune that note. I can also pitch it too. I'd say, well, I want to make it louder or start from a certain range of these notes. Hard. Softer. So we can have this key group where these notes have a different sound from different velocities when struck. And I can also say it's a polyphonic or a mono. If I had a bass note that's saying it's a bass sound, well, I'll make it just mono. But if it's a keyboard or a synth sound, I'm going to make it poly. Now, this should explain more or less how you can deal with key groups and drum programs. But music is a creative art form, so it's great to be creative. Take a sample and put it in there. Take two samples from the same record and layer them together. And what I would normally do, I might bass one out and keep one a little bit high end. And try that. It's great to be creative when creating music. Okay, that's cool. So look, the coolest thing they have now is this file browser. You can see it right here to the immediate left of your window. And what you can do with the file browser is you can actually set it up to have files that you plan on using some point in time in your projects, whatever. And here, of course, this right here is a little path button here. It leads us to the path of where this particular group of folders are. And so the file browser sort of lets you navigate through your computer's internal and external hard drives. And you can actually just look for groups of folders and samples you want to say, I'll keep it here, I'll keep this here, and you want to load this up. And the cool part here is that, for example, I have sets here. So I have no filter also. So I have samples, we have program, sequences, and projects. Now, for example, right here, I go to no filter, it'll show everything. So I'll click on this drum, MPC drum content, I go to this kits, and it shows me the sequences and the samples, and it'll also show me the programs. This is the XP M, or the sequence SQ, SXQ. And then we also got the program, which is the XPM. And so if I want to say, I just want to see samples in here. No, I want to see just programs. I want to see projects, none. Sequences. Okay, you got that. So you can see what's in that folder, and these filters, which are sequence, program, sample, and projects. If there are any products in there, we would see them. Help us to look at those folders and see what's inside of them. And so what I do is I have other projects here, or I have other sample sets here. Like I have some samples from the original MPC 60 I've kept for years. I'll click here, and they'll appear right here. And I'll go here to ARP, and nothing's in there in ARP. Why not? Because they're just programs, and they're just samples. So this is so cool. I get to, have stuff, but it makes it easier to go look for each item and see which is a WAV file, which is a program, what's what. It makes it much, much easier. And you can also do the same on the MPC hardware itself. So here, for example, I would just go to browser. And then once I'm in browser, I could select project or sequence or program or project, sequence, program, or sample, or no filters to see what's there, obviously. And if I want to look at the folders, I'm just going to go to Shift, hit folder 1, folder 2, 3, 4, and 5. I want to show you the same procedure, but from the perspective of the MPC Renaissance by looking here at the viewer here on the display. So I'll press browser again, it's browser, and now we can see the folders here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the path to get to this first folder, as you can see right there. And this is what's in that first folder, and that's based on samples. So this is what's in there in terms of the filter of programs or sequences, and there are no projects in there. And when no filter selected, that's what we see. Now, of course, if I press the Shift button and then press Project, well, we see folder 1. And if I hold down press Sequence, holding down Shift, we see folder 2. Then while still holding down Shift, I can see Program, which is folder 3, then folder 4, and then folder 5. So it's an easy way to get around pretty much. And if I'm in, let's say, Sample, of course I have Auto. So I can go back to there, and I can say if I can play, but I want to just open it. So I'm going to open this, and open this, and now I can see the samples, see? And then once that happens, I have auto and play. So I scroll down, and it's playing the samples that are inside there, these WAV files. And as they play, I can pick what I would like, of course, as you already know, and load them in. But this is how the view will look on the display as compared to what we just saw on the software. I want to talk now about the main, and this main view you see, which will be consistent throughout the software. Now, for one, once you get what you want, you can always just press this button here at the bottom, and we can just have a full view without seeing the file browser. Now, here on the top, we have main, which is our main view of the current selected track data. So I can go ahead to beat, and now we'll see that this is beat, and I'll scroll back up here, and this will give us the typical beat that we have here. I know it's in bank A. I go to bank here, and I can see that bank there, right? And this is the main view. So we have main, we have drum program, we have program mixer, we have track mixer. We got track view. I can view the track. We can also view the song and the song list. We have next sequence, we have sample record, sample edit, and we have pad mute, and we have track mute. And of course, finally, step sequence edit, where I can put stuff in terms of step. So it's pretty easy to get around. And over here, another end here, we have sequence. I have the name of this particular sequence I'm in as well. And so this is the sequence right here. And then, of course, you have track, number of bars, and autocorrect right here, and swing value. Now, right here, this little button right here is kind of cool. It allows me to scroll. So, for example, let's say I've got it. I've been looking at this one section over here for a second, and I want to scroll through. Instead of going back to my little button right here to zoom, toggle back and forth, I can press play and scroll. And it'll scroll. I can watch it scroll through. I want to fix something right there. So it's kind of cool sometimes to get to scroll through your project, and you might want to fix something. You never know. Also, we have this sort of like half window. What they call, I think they call it a half view. They call this thing, which means that this top part is my grid, and the lower part are the elements that I use with the grid. I've used the Q link. I use my pads. This is the view of the sequence for the main, and then we have project info. We have my programs and samples. Well, I can say, well, forget the stuff on the bottom. I just want the grid. I got my grid, I got my scroll, I can just press play, and I can see it much bigger, and I can do a lot more edits and feel like I can see it now. I feel safer when I'm doing the edits. So it's kind of cool view you can get with the machine. And it's pretty cool. Like it a lot, actually. It makes it much easier for me to view everything on my MPC with this software. That machine is pretty cool, the MPC Renaissance. Like it a lot. So here, back here, we have this button here, of course, for getting rid of the view of the browser, or audition button for any samples. And of course, auto preview. If I scroll down, it's still going to do it no matter what. I'm here in this window. Good. And here we have CPU usage. This is kind of cool to have always, to know how much CPU you're using. So the CPU meter shows you the computer's CPU usage of the actual project that you're on. So to keep in mind that excessive use of synthesizer functions like filters and effects will increase CPU. So I put a lot of effects in there and a lot of stuff. Oh man, the computer's like, huh? And it has to get more power. So make sure your computer's really powerful if you're going to do all that. If not, then keep it basic. Don't get too greedy. And right here we have our metronome. So we can turn it on and we get to click. And I can mute everything. I can actually change the metronome to be a much more louder sound or something. To hear it. I can change the level of it. And then cut it off here too. And it makes it much easier. Now here we have bar, beat, tick, and the BPM, which stands for beats per minute. So now I want to look at this Q-Link section here in our main view. So we've got Q-Link, of course, and this right here is the Q-Link knob. So it indicates which knob is selected. So I can hit a knob and obviously change that. Same thing happens with the software too, matter of fact. If I go to the software and hit a knob, just hit any knob on the hardware rather, it just changes, which is really cool. Makes it easier to do it either way, whether it's on the hardware or the software. Then next up we have the maximum trigger. So here it's a maximum trigger, or I can go to minimum trigger. It has to do with our touch and the feel of the knob, how much it actually triggers, and adds that variable to the value. Now below that we have pad. Now a pad is primarily for program. If I go here to effects, I would see effects that I have logged in. I might have some sort of plugin I'm using, and I would see that effect here, and I would apply it and with the Q links to change its parameters. We have no parameters because we have no effects, all right? So we're going back to program here. We have program and this pad. I can select any pad I want from any one of the banks. You can see here, just every single pad is available. So unlimited actually in the ability of your ability to actually use this Q link on any pad. Then we have the parameters that are internal within this Renaissance software. So for example, here I've got tuning, we got filter cutoff, filter resonance, panning level, envelope attack, decay and release of the envelopes, we have the sends, and we also have the sample layer. But I want to look at one more thing before we move on. I want to look at it on the hardware and show you how that works too. Okay, so now I'm going to look at it on the hardware. I'm going to press Shift, and we're going to press Program Edit, which is actually going to bring up Link, because the bottom says QLink. And this is the page you're going to see. So I have this. I can go to Program, or I can go to Effects. We have no effects in there currently. We do have a program, which is this Buster program. I can edit that program. So you see this is the program, and then here's the QLink knob. So I can select my knob here by just turning my data wheel or the plus and minus buttons below the data wheel. And then right across from that we have program. Underneath that we have change. So I can add change like note or continuous, or we can have note on. Then we have parameters. And the same parameters I showed you before on the software. So it's pretty much the same thing. And maximum minimum here is known as touch 2. While in the software it's just called trigger. And here it's called touch 2. And it's minimum and maximum. So now what I want to do is I want to explain how this works. So here I'm in program. And I'm going to select the pad. We'll say we're going to go to pad number, let's try pad number 10. And which one is 10? So 10's right here, right? That's 10. And this is pad 10. Right? And we're going to use pad 10 too as well. Let me go back to that again. Here's pad 10, right? Perfect. And here's a tuning. So you can see tuning QLink 10. Right? And I can go back to here and I'll say, well, I want to make it this. And it turns into resonance filter. See that? That's the resonance filter. Now I can just turn this wheel and add the data here or on the hardware. And it's either no change or continuous or real time. I can have it in real time. I'm just going to, okay, I'll just touch it in real time. Now before it was continuous on the hardware, but here in the software, you see it says real time. And so I can do the same thing, but I can have separate pads. I can have one pad, and I can just say, well, I wanted to do tuning on that pad too, right here. And I want to select that pad also. So let's make this pad 10 too as well. So this is pad 10. That's pad 10. This is pad 10. And then back to here. This is pad 10. So I can have several different QLink knobs set up for this one pad. I may want to just attenuate the information and say, okay, well, I want to change this here, or maybe want to just increase the value of this particular parameter for that pad. And it's a cool way to actually get several pads to add parameters for that particular pad, which will have that sound to it. So I may want to just change, let's say, for example, it could be a vocal sample. I might want to pan it, so I'll look for the pad here. And I'll say this pad here is empty, right? So this QLink is empty, rather. It's QLink number 9. I want to go to pad 10, where that sample's at. And I want to make this panning. So I'll turn this QLink knob into a panning knob. And there, now I got panning. And so now I'm able to pan that around. And what's really cool is that once you get these knobs selected and assigned to a value, then you can actually go back in, you can overdub, let's say, or record, and record automation data in, which is really cool. Next, I want to talk about this pad bank section. So here we've got our pads, and it's pretty simple actually. You got your pads, and I can go to A. Here's my A bank, and we can see I got drums and sounds right there on these pads. I can hit them on the pads here, of course, and trigger the sounds assigned to those pads. I can also hit a pad and grab something and throw it on a pad right there. And that's pad there, and I can go, that's that sound right there. For that pad, I'm saying, well, that's kind of cool. That sounds right there on the pad. It makes it really easier for me to like do stuff, put stuff in, take it out. So much easier. And we have all the pads here. We go A, B, C, D, E, F, G to H. So we can assign each one of these pads a sound, a sample, anywhere. And it makes it so much easier to work this way. And next we just have our sequence settings. And this is the same as we showed you earlier in the beginning of our video series, where we have the beats and the bars. Here's 1 through 4 bars. I can press play my track back. I can control the volume here, of course, also. Stop it. And we can play it back. We can solo. Bring stuff in and out, makes it easier. And we can select different tracks that we want to hear back and play. And also, we can select programs. So we have program, we can select the instrument, whether it's MPC, MIDI, or we're going to pull a plugin in. And we have timing correction, swing, we have bars right here, the total number of bars, first and last bar, the loop, and the time signature. Now next to that we have our program information. And this is explained earlier, of course, same thing. Programs here, all the samples that belong to the program here. If you erase a program here, I'm right clicking now, I delete it, those samples remain here in the sample library. And in order to save this information, you want to save the entire project info. It's always important to keep saving your data. You need to constantly save your data. It's important because if you don't, you'll have problems. Okay. And even while I was doing this video, I had some problems where it crashed on me. So it's software, you never know, constantly save as you work. Now I want to go over more about this grid right here. Now the current grid we have right now is this keyboard group, as you can see. And I've got sounds in the keyboard group. And what we do here is we can edit the sounds. So I can grab a note here. See, I can move it anywhere. And when this correction here is in the off, I'm not limited, as I showed you earlier. Now, the thing I didn't show you was how to select these notes. Now, here, I'm in the grid here, and then there's a hand, and it's no longer a pencil. See that? That's because right here, I selected select mode. And so now it's just a hand and a grabber. So I can grab stuff and move it around, say put this here, put that there. I'd say let me play this back and do this, or I would say let me try that. Now what I can do also, I can go to here, this is media. I can say, you know, I want to copy something. So I'm going to go here. My cursor's right there, right? So I'm going to go back here and select some sort of parameter for the grid. I want the values of this grid to be 16th notes now. And next what I'll do is I go here, and I can just put this like, oh, let me go back down here. I can select within this region, just get the right region range here, and just go like this. See that? I'm just drawing something right here. See that? I'm selecting these notes. I don't select down too far. I select all these notes actually. I can select these notes right here. And they're selected right there like that. And I can take them and copy them. I can say copy. We'll go to edit. We're going to go to copy. I can go to where I think I want to put them at. And say I'm going to put them right here. Or there. I go to here and say paste. And they appear right there. And to get rid of them, of course, obviously I can go right back here again to edit and then say undo. And they're gone. So you can copy and paste elements of the grid. That's in the grid actually. And I can copy any note and move it also. So I can move notes here. And you can also, of course, still now I'm in the draw mode. I can grab a note and move it too. So I'm actually just creating. So I can do here, I can just create more stuff. Obviously, then play it back. So it's pretty simple to do. And that's how we can automate a lot of these sounds here. Just put them in there and say, like, I want to use this. Now, another element we have here, which is this part here, which is a velocity. And so I can always go here, as we showed you a little bit earlier, I can change the velocity of every note if I like to. And if you go down further, the cool thing about this software is that it'll change the color of the note. So the note changes the color. So I pull down this velocity, it says, well, that's not as a hot, it's a cooled out note, so it's not so hot. And the higher up I go in velocity, the redder that note appears. So it's like from hot to cool to cold. And straight down here at the bottom, it's just all yellow, just a really low velocity. And it's always cool to change velocities because it gives that kind of feel where the elements in the track, that one drum part or this keyboard part, is going to sound a little different. With some sounds to be lower than others. If I play back now, you'll notice that. Now I'm going to switch it out to go here to my mode so I can see everything in front of me. Just grab a note. You can do this while you're just playing back. Just go down here. And you see we did that. It's kind of cool. And we also have automation here in the lane as well. So here, automation can be real time. So I can be real time. I can deal with pitch bend. I can deal with all notes. I can go to sustain, aftertouch. If I pull a pitch bend, then we've got this right here going on. I can do pitch bend within this. You can see it like this here and up to there and down like that. So as you see, I'm just drawing parts in here. It's not affecting it much at all. See, obviously, you haven't got pitch bend aligned to it. But if you do have pitch bend, and you do deal with pitch bend in your settings, you have that on your output through your controller, this will definitely affect it. And I can just go back in here and say, well, I'm not going to use that. I'm going to do undo, and we're out. Now, also automation here in real time. So I can do note and aftertouch, or all notes, and all sounds, or sustain. I also have a sustain as well here, see? So I can have multiple, I just select the item here, select it here, put something here to sustain or not to sustain. And we're sustaining. Undo that, and we're out. That's a problem, man. Now, you see that? Try and get rid of it right now. So I'm going to do here, and this is MIDI note on information. So right now, I'm just going to start this, pull this down. Now what that is, that's the notes are still continuing there. So that's that note on for information that we want to cut off. And you make sure when you're doing that you are going to have note on or note off. This way, if you do sustain something, it's not going to sustain like it's doing right there over and over again. So normally what I normally do, I will just go back in for one, I would normally save the track. It's important to do that. I will just save this entire project, right? And I call this project something else. Let's give it a name here. And I want to save this project. File already exists, see that? So I want to cancel. I want to go in here, right down here it says file, and call this Docs Groove. So that period's right there. And press save. And then it'll save everything. It'll say, okay, I know what these files are. I'm going to grab that file. I'm going to grab this one, and then it names it. So now it says here, Doc Groove. See that? And so if I want to bring it back, and I say, well, what happened there in that sound element there? If we got a problem, like for example, bring it back in, it's still there. What I've got to do is find out where the note on and note off is at, and make sure that's always going to be note on, note off. Now what I can do here too, and I went to a new sequence right there, and it stopped it. Because now it's that sequence not throwing the information back at it. And if I go back, it's important to realize too, if I go back to that sequence, we're good to go. Program edit mode. This is a mode you need to get used to and understand. It's a great place in an MPC. Always loved it, still do. So, on the hardware, you're just going to press your program edit button, and you're there. But I want to make sure that when you do realize this, I'm going to go back to here, and I'm in the main, it's back to main again. that here in the software, I need to go right down to where it says sequence and then select a program. Now this program will be just a regular drum program, which you see right here. I can go back in again over here, and I'm going to select a key group now. And here's a key group program right here. I select this, this is keys, and then I go to program, and now it shows me the keys program, okay? So be aware of that. And so in program edit mode, we can edit our programs. So we're going to go to program mode. We're going to make sure we're in Buster right here, which is this group I want to look at. I want to talk about the master section. So to use the master section on the hardware, just press F1, and that button will give you the access to the master section for our program edit. And you can use QLIC knobs 13 and 14 and 15 QLIC knobs for direct access for all this master right here, this master stuff right here, which is this master mode right here. Now, the differences are that we have simultaneous, which is only in drum, and this function sort of allows you to define up to 4 pads that are triggered by hitting one pad. So if I've got this pad right here, I can say I want to hit like this pad and that pad and select 4 others, which we showed you earlier too. And it's a really cool way to actually have more than one pad trigger several different pads. So this one pad will trigger more pads. Now here we can do, obviously we can tune, as we showed you before, and it's mono and then it's poly. Okay, that's really great when you're actually working with keyboards. So we'll go back here to keyboards, and we'll look at that first. Matter of fact, I'm going to program here in the menu, and I'll go to keyboards from here, just to give you a little idea. Bam, and see, so we can go right here, and from this part of the menu in our MPC software for program edit. And here, we'll see the layers. Now here we have something different. We have semi and semitone right there, and this is fine, and then we have, this is transpose. So I can transpose something. So I got this keyboard part going on, and I want to transpose this keyboard part in a certain way. Well, I can do it from there. Also, we have the key group play modes, and this is different than it was in simultaneous. So in this mode here, I can have key group play. I can have certain groups play layer, so layer and then sample play. So my layers will play either cycle through the layers here, random layers, and they can play in a way where we can play these layers with just velocity. And we also have group mute here, mute group, so I can mute group and select the group I want to mute and label a group up, and that group would be selected in that way. And we have one shot, and we have note on also right here. So the layer play, you can determine sort of like how many multiple samples are assigned to the same pad that's played. So if I activate cycle, the function of the play will sort of cycle through the different sounds, which I did before in the create a bassline. I create this bass sound and just cycle through it. And this other trigger here is based on just velocity for layer. Okay. And so below here we've got key group. And this is just signifying that this is the key track and this is the level and the panning for that particular group. And here we have note range. Now note range is important because right here, for example, I've got a range of A through to G sharp. So it's A1 to G sharp 0 right there. Now if I want to go high, I can say, well, I got to go to here. I can see it change. And I go all the way down to there and it changes. So what we're doing here is we're signifying that a certain number of keyboard notes here will be assigned to this particular sample and its layers in that group. And so this group belongs to, this sample, this layer for this group here, belong to whatever sounds are here for that particular group. Which means I can have a layer here, a layer here, a layer here, and a layer there, and it'll be assigned to that. That's what makes it really cool, makes it easy to do. So if I go to C, I'm going to go to C right here. I hit these pads. And so as I hit that pad, it's got different velocity settings. As we showed you earlier, when we actually pulled in a sound and created a little group for our key group. Now for the drum groups, I'm going to go back here to drums. I'm going to look at this buster again. And here, instead of having the zones we had before, here we've got this multiple edit zones. And this is only going to be in your drum program for your drum groups, or just regular groups here, as you can see here. And what we have here, like for example, in the current selected group area, what we have here, I can tap on a desired, let's say, pad or group here. And then it'll change. See that? And that changes right there as I tap on it and see what that is. And that's I'm in C. So I go to A. Now I'm in A. And you'll see here that this lights up here. It's signifying that I'm in A, and that's what this layer is. And these are just different. If I keep hitting it, you see it moving around there. And this is in bank A. That's the pad, and that's where it's at. That's my currently selected pad. Now, if multi is selected, all selected pads can be edited at the same time, which is kind of cool. So be aware of that also as well. Now, what I want you to do also while you're working with this program is to sort of like select the pad, and then I want you to try and work with these filters. I can do it for you, but you need to understand how they work, like the attack and this decay. And I've done some already early in this video series, but I'm trying to get you to understand that a lot of this stuff depends on how you listen to and hear sounds. Like if I hit that sound there, and I wanted to like maybe decay faster, or I wanted to change the pitch of it within this filter or something, or sustain it more. I'll just go to here. I'd say, well, I go to this sort of sustaining, and I can change my decay. If it's a short sample, you hear a little bit of that there, you know. So I put that hi-hat there, and let's say I got that hi-hat, and I want it to decay a little bit less, so I can make it release longer. And it does release a little bit longer. But you have to listen back and hear how these filters and how they affect it. Now, join what we've got here. We've got a cutoff and we got resonance, right? So we have cutoff here and we have resonance right here. And I can also apply this to sounds. That's a low filter right there. As you can see here, I'll click on here and I can go for an MPC filter. And you hear the difference right there. This is an old MPC 3000 feel. So it's good to experiment and get the kind of sound that you want to get and then use that. So there's a lot of stuff here. I mean, there's so much here to go over that even making a video to explain each one of these would take forever. But what has to happen here is you have to start sitting down and saying, well, I'm listening to this one here and say, I hear that affects that. That affects that in this certain way. And I don't want that. So you're going to go back and say, I'm going to use this. And try and see how some of these vocal parameters work for vocal samples too. Or even just a regular vocalist might come over and you want to bring them in just to get an idea of how your track sounds. And you want to experiment first. You can always bring them in. But you also have these parameters you can use here that are here in the filter for vocals. Now, another great feature I like about this new software is that you have the ability to not just use these pad play modes here, which is really cool, but also, like we saw before in the key group, I can also add pad effects. I turn this on first, and then I can select any effect that comes with the software, which is pretty cool. We've got a lot of effects here. And I can also do external effects too if I wanted to. See here, we have all these effects, right? All internal. If I had external effects, I'd go to those as well. And so I can just select effects here, 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 and here. And these are the inserts. Now I'm going to go back to the keyboard group, and let's find the keyboard group here. Here it is, Keys Plus. And the same option is available. You'll see here we can have 1, 2, 3, or 4 effects. And be careful how you use your effects. Like, for example, if I'm going to pull an effect in, I'm going to pull up an EQ first. and then I'll pull an effect in. So let's say, for example, I'm having a sound, and I want to sort of change the sound with an EQ. Well, I'll apply the EQ first, and then if I want to add a chorus or something, I'll apply that next. I won't add the chorus first, because the chorus is going to add such a big layer. It's going to be a 4-voice chorus. I want to get the original sound first, sort of develop that sound first with an EQ, and then add the effect. But if the sound sounds okay, and I'm not going to use an EQ, then it's okay. Or, for example, I might want to just compress the sound first. Let's say I may want to tighten the sound up, so I'll bring up a compressor first. I'll pull a compressor in, then I'll apply the voice. And then from that point, I might want to apply a reverb. And the best way to do this is probably to experiment and listen back, but it's always good to understand how these effects affect the sound. So you want to compress first or EQ, and then you may add a little chorus, and then add some reverb, let's say. Or I would probably do it differently. I would probably just have the chorus, and then, of course, have the reverb afterwards, like you see it right here, rather than you putting the reverb first, because the reverb is going to be so wide, then the chorus is going to just take the reverb and then make it to a 4-voice reverb. You don't want that. So be aware of what you're doing when you are adding effects to a particular sound, or actually the overall program in your MPC software. Now what we have here going on is the program mixer mode. Now if I go back to main on my machine, I just want to go to program mix, which is right next to program edit. And I select that button, and we're here in program mixer mode. Now in this mode, I can sort of set levels, volume levels for stereo panning and effects for each individual pad in the program. Like for example, I'll just play this here, and I can turn this drum down here. I'll bring it back up. Bring it down. Bring it up. I can change this panning too as well, and go from left to right. Now I press stop. And this is really cool because you can actually mix up your drums and all the sounds of your drums right there in the mix. And I can also set routings also here in this mixing mode, which makes it much, much easier for me to work with when I have a track. Now, for example here, we have this track mixer. You see that says track mixer? So I'm actually in my track mixer doing this. But we have other ways. We can set it to a submix 1 through 8. We can set an output stereo 1 and 2, 3 and 4, up into 15, 16. So we can set up groups and have sends for these sounds. And I can also go to here, press this, and I can insert. I can bring an insert. I can go here. I want a flanger. I put a flanger there, and I'll play it back. And I got a flanger. And to here, I can even go here and just mute them. Now, as I mute these sounds here, as I mute them, you'll see that mute appear here also in the grid next to the particular sample that I'm actually muting. So I'm going to mute them up. So I'm going to mute this and mute that. I can hear this with my flanger. I can go back here. I'm going to make that thick. Let me try something different. Let me get a low. That brings a little different flavor out of it, right? I'm going to make that even a little bit more tighter or compress it. Now, I might want to just reverse that. Or I can also affect that. I can go to here and say, something? I want to change a little bit. There you go. Got more effect now. And bring some other elements in. Bring other elements in here. If I don't like it, go back. Let's hear something else. Let's change this threshold maybe. Matter if I got a better idea. You say, so let me just turn this off. And back on. You can get this comparison, say, well, how's it sound with it? How's it sound without it? Which is really cool with doing this with a mix. So now with a sub mix, see that? So watch this. no effect. Click there, little triangle, no effect again. Let's try it again, no effect at all. See that? Now I press stop. Now as I press stop, you see I'm in the submix now. See that? And I go to here. Now I'm back in the track mixer. See that? So be aware that once you get down to that area where I'm actually inserting stuff, my track mixer went right there. And I went to the submix line in there, which is the submix. And I can just also turn them back on here if I want to. Right, it's in the mixer. Here's something, turn it back on. Look at the track, I want to turn that back on, do something there. And it's kind of cool too, but you can also see in the bottom here, we have these green lights. All of these lights are coming off and on as the sound is being active. And you can see them right here in the mix. So it's kind of cool. I can set the routing and do everything else in this one mode here, plus the panning and everything else here. And what makes it really good is I have all my instruments here. Everything's here. And also, let me do this a little bit more. Here we go, like this, so I can see it better. I'm going to slide over here. Now watch this. Every pad is in there. So this is a pad mixer for every pad possible. I can have tons of sounds for every single pad and have those and mix them up in here and add effects. It all depends on how powerful my computer is. And I can get a lot out of just one section, which is my track mixer, which I sort of like to use a lot when I get a chance to. And so I can have different effects also. So you can also, we have sub routes and route stuff around as well, as we just showed you. And then to go over your routes and outputs, which we'll all cover later on. I just want to just let you realize though, that you can have these different sub mixes within this mix. Now, for example, I've got this going on. I would go and someone do a sub mix here. This would be in one sub mix, and I put the other kick in the next same sub mix. Sub mix 1. And I play it back. And I find my kick. Sub mix here, right? And I turn this on. Matter of fact, even better. To demonstrate this better, I go to right here. Good, we got. And this is sub mix 1 also as well. The same sub mix, see that? Turn this on. And it's auto pan right there. It's panning around the mix. And you can hear that. So I can have several different sub mixes going on here. I can have a mix up to 8. See that? And that's a delay we had going on. And that's all within that one sub mix 1. And of course, I can click on here and you'll see we have 1 through 8, which is so cool. So my thing with you is to just like experiment. Go over a lot of what we're doing right here for yourself. Just do maybe one instrument at a time. Just take one drum and then add another drum, and then see how that works with the mix. But it's going to also expand your horizons to understand you can do more with this MPC than you can do with a normal MPC because we have the software doing all this for us. Well, next we're going to do the track mixer. But before we do, we're still here in the program mixer. I want to talk about a send. So these are sends here as well. So I can send this to another output. So I'm routing this to someplace else in essence. I'm sending it someplace else through the traffic system, and it's going to go right there for another input into another amp, we'll say. And that amp will be right here in track, which is right here to the right. See right here, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 is a return. So what's happening here in the program mixer, when I make a send, I'm sending out of here, and that says 68%. So I'm sending that sound out. Let's get the sound here out. Let my keys pull some stuff down and get this out. Stop this. I'm going to go back to the track mixer here. Mute that. And then we're going to go back to the program mixer. I'm going to mute some of these sounds here so you can really get an idea of what I'm talking about and really understand what's going on here. So there we go. Matter of fact, I'll send this out too. I'll send this to 2. And this is going to 1, right? Now we're going to go here. It's got auto pan. So we're going back to here. You can hear auto pan going on? So let's go back to here, routing. Auto pan is going on for the sick drum. Okay, you hear the auto pan. Good. Now, send is 1. The send for this little tambourine thing going on here is 2. Now, we go back here to routing. Nothing's on there, so I'm going to put something on here a little bit. Here a little more. That's good. Now to go back to send here. Now I'm going to go back to track mixer. Here's track mixer, right? I can add a delay here. This way you can actually hear it just for the purposes of you hearing it back. So you can hear this back. Put it in 6. Now hear that? That's a delay. That's going to that kick drum. I'm going back to program mixer now. Turn up more. I'll turn it off. See? So we're routing. This is going out of here. It's sending that signal of this panning kick drum. And we go back to track mixer, and it's coming into return here. And I've added delay. Now 2. Let's do something to that hi-hat. I'm at a small reverb. Now. So there's a reverb there now, hear that? Okay, so in the sends, in our program mix, for each one of these pads, these sends can be used to send to the return of the track mixer and to this overall return right here to the right. Okay, that was kind of cool. So now I'm going to go back into, let's see, I can go back to the send here, and we're going to go down here and pull this down. And then we're going to go back to the, where's it at now? We had another send here with a hi-hat, didn't we? And we're going to pull that down as well. Was it the keys? Excuse me. We'll go back to the program mix mode. Here we go, right here. And right here we got our track for the tambourine, and then we're going to pull this send out of here. Right, perfect. And next, we're going to teach you about track mixer. Here's track mixer, and we have everything right here. Now, I've only got 2 tracks in here because I don't want to get it too difficult and you're starting, oh, how's that work? What we doing now? This is really simple. We got a keyboard and we got a drum track. Now, you only hear one thing on it, right? We don't see that beat right there. Now, remember, back here is muted. So we go back here and I'm going to unmute stuff. So first lesson is that when you are working, unmute your tracks. I can unmute them there, and I can unmute them here much faster. So we want to unmute these tracks so we can hear everything in that drum. Now I'm going back to track mixer. Let's see our levels right here. Turn this off. That means each track has its own mixer. Now before, we had each pad had its own mixer. And this is just one level up now. Now, if I got keyboards and bass and a guitar sample and a whole bunch of different stuff, I can still have a mixer for each one of those tracks. At a track, I can mix them up. It's the same concept as before when I was in program mix, when I did it like this way. But also in program mix, if I went to, let's say, the keyboards, for example, I'm going to keys plus here. In program mix, there's only one thing going on. Just this one thing going on, right? That's all we got going on, right? So I'm not going to have much happening there with that part. But as I go back to main here, and I'm in that, and this is the beat here. I'm going to go to the next track, which is this keys track, and that's we're using this thing here. Okay, so I go back here now. This is where make sure you know where your routing's at. And we're going back here now, and then we want to look at this. That's that track there, and this is the sound. And you see the sound right here. And we can add effects to this sound. We have routing. And we stop that. Now that's getting too much one side. See that? So I'm going to go out of that. I'm going to find out something here about that particular sound. And what I want to do is look for an EQ somewhere. Here we go. I got a 4-band real quickly. And that's that sound. So I'm going to go back here, and we see the layers of this sound. And there's already EQ. That's the EQ I pulled in right there. And go back here, and you see the EQ right here as well. So when you are actually doing this program edit and this program mixer, it affects you again in the long run back here in this track mixer. So you need to know where certain effects and sounds are. As I start adding stuff here again, well, I already got a flanger on there, you know, so am I going to add more to this overall track? No, because it's already in the program already. It's already here. When I come back and I pull this out, and we go back here to program, it's missing here. So you got to be aware of where everything's at in the mix, whether it's in the program edit section or it's going to be in your program mixer section. And if it is there, you got some effects there, then what are you adding here in the track mixer? So be aware of that. It makes it much easier when you're actually looking at tracks and, well, what's here? What am I going to do here? What am I going to do over there? So it's important. Now, another thing I want you to realize in the track mixer and the mixer here, if I'm back here in program and I go to here, let's say, submix, and I go back to track mixer and I play it, I don't see this. See that? I don't see the keys. I need to drum out. I don't see it. No keys, right? It's in a submix now. If I add something here, we'll say, I'm bringing a phaser or something, whatever. And then this is a different mix going on because it's submix. And here I can't get back into the track mix. Okay? So what I want to do is I want to make sure to get back in the track mix. I cut this off. I come back here and I'm back to track mix now. And then I'll see it here. But that effect is not being played. It's off. I go back on, then I'm in submix again. Then I go back into here. We don't see it. I'll bring the drums in. But I don't like that. So I'm going back to here and say, well, let me get this out of here. No effect. And just go back to no effect, of course. Go back to the track mixer. Turn this off first. Then go back in track mixer. Let me get back here and you see it. And now you can see the input here of this sound. So rather than do it there, I would prefer to come here and then add that effect here. And now I'm in the track mixer doing it. I can change the effect, of course, but it's going to go back to some triangle and pick this phaser. And so we can add other effects here in the track mixer. And then we have the send. As we said before, I can make the send here and send it to that delay over here. Where's that at? 1 and go to And we got a delay happening right there. And that kick drum's still delaying because that kick drum's delaying because we're over here in program, back here into program mixer, and I want to go back to my other track, which is this beat track. When I do that, you'll notice here in the main, I've got my beat, which is this Buster program with this beat here. So we go back to track mixer. We got the little delay going on there to make sure of that. So I go back in here, of course I want to. Just cut this off, play, and we're still rolling. And go back and see what's happening. For example here, we got a delay in this hi-hat. So what I'm trying to say, there's so much routing you can do here. I didn't want to make it too complicated because if I did, it'd be just crazy. But the point here, as you can see, is that I have the ability to send items anywhere. So you need to keep up with what you're doing here and know where stuff's at in the mix, or you will get lost trying to find out where the problems are. But it's pretty simple. One level here in the program mixer for the drums here, for these samples in this mixer, can be sent out directly to our track mixer. And the same with the key group. Now the next feature we have here in our tabs is track view. Now track view is a mode that gives you the overview of the tracks of each sequence. And you use this mode to edit tracks and sequences simultaneously. So depending on what kind of program is selected, the track view mode will look sort of different. Like for example, here I'm in this Busters or the beat one right here, right? So I go there and I go to keys now. I'm going to my next one. And now we see the keys for this one here, right? And we don't know where it sounds, so we got to scroll along here and find out where those sounds are. So it makes it, a little easier to see both what the overall track looks like, and then to see also the individual parts of that track, depending on the program. So for example, of course, this is the key group here. I get to see the view of the key group. And then I've got that piano roll running along here, of course, But the cool thing, of course, you still have stuff going on here as well, where we got this unlink track and grid views. So I can unlink them or I can link them up. See that? And of course, it's like a lot of scroll going on. So I'm going to scroll through this track. Now as if I had this down. So for example, if I go down here and I'm stretching it out just to get a tighter view and I'm zooming in and I start from here, I say I know where I'm at. So I know I may be editing right in here and I say I'm over at this bar right here. And I'm just editing it right in this direction. So it gives you the ability to actually just look at tracks and then look at those groups also at the same time. Yes, so we can see here, I've got the key group there and I edit down here. So I can always go back to my beat here. And now I'm back in the regular drum group. I'll play along here. Of course, I want to scroll up and find out where the drum sounds are, and I can edit it. Now, this is a good view because you have the ability to see both the track and then that particular sequence. So I can see my sequence up here. I can plus or minus tracks, so I can, plus tracks and minus tracks here. As you can see that also. And the ability to lock this is pretty good too as well. And plus, like here, for example, I can just select I almost select the range here. I may just go select, and I may select this area right here, we'll say. And I selected that range right there. Here in the bottom, you won't see that. But I will select that there and say I may want to just copy that or something and do something with that selection. So I go back here and I just copy it. And then I want to go to maybe here and I want to just paste it into this track here, this one right there, right? So I would go there and I would just paste it in. So I can do these overall views here, which makes it easier. This is just like a small view where I have this little view. But I can go back and see the overall view again by scrolling up and down here. and then I could probably go back here and zoom out again and see what was copied there. If I don't like it, of course, I can always undo that. Matter of fact, let's redo. Right, good. I can always undo that and go back again and do something else. And then play it back from the top. So a lot happening. So undo, then undo again, then undo. That's our delay going on there. So let's pull this off of here from 1. So see, I can actually copy, cut, and paste. I can run back between my views. When I get back here, I know where I'm at. You know, I've got everything right here, and I can see it. I can see what parts I want to keep, what parts I don't want to keep. Where I copy parts, a different part from one section to the next. And I'm gonna go back here again and just undo and undo again. And as I do undo, I'm sort of undoing some stuff I did before. So maybe I have 200 undos in here. But it's cool to have that with the track view here, because then I can get to see everything and say, okay, this works this way, this works that way. I can move parts around, I can copy and paste them, but I can see one from the sequence view, and I can say, I go back here, I can pick any part I want to pick and then edit up here in the sequence view or edit down here in the track view. So we can edit anywhere within the sequence. So this is a view that some guys, I don't know, big deal, but it can be if you're just trying to, you know, get everything perfect and say, well, I want to experiment with something and move this part here. You can see the parts you want to move in the overall sequence, and you can just adjust them down here in the track view for that track in the sequence. When you get enough sequences and you've got your idea together and you want to make a song, you're ready to go. We're going to go to song mode. Now here in song mode, obviously we can take sequences and put them in order. And what we do here, as you can see here, we've got this one part here where just for the songs go. I can say, for example, I'll select boom right here, right? And as I do, you'll see here it says song right here. I can do the insert step. And it's in there now. And now boom is in there, and you see these little dots and stuff right here that represents boom. And that's boom right there. And I can go here from boom, I go to Busta. Right here, I can say, okay, I want to put Busta behind that. And that's the next one. And this is the end of that sequence. You know, if I play it from the top down, that's it. But you notice too, if you press play or play start or stop, and other stuff here is going to work, obviously. Because this is pretty much a new area we're dealing with just the song form. And if I want to clear it out, I press clear and I clear it out. Now I'm going to show you how we get to song mode. Like most of our views, I'm in main generally, and then I'll just go here to song mode, which is our modes here. Last mode we got is song mode. Select that, and we're in. Now you see here in song mode on the hardware, we have clear as well. We have convert, where we can convert a song into a sequence. And sometimes you may want to ignore the muted tracks as well. So you might want to do that too as well when you're doing that. And we can delete parts and we can insert. So say insert, and it'll insert the first thing it sees that I have there. And I can say insert again. And I'll keep inserting that part until I change the part that I want to insert. So I'll say I'm here in sequence, and we're in that sequence there. I want to go back here to main. I have that sequence selected. I have Debo selected now. Now I go back to song, and I want to insert, and I've inserted that again. Let's go back to here. I can turn the dial. I can put Debo there. Which makes it much easier. Now, as I get here, you'll see we've got clear, sudden, next. So next sequence. We have convert again. We have delete and insert. So I can delete, and I can insert again. But it does the sixth one. I can go back here and pick whichever sequence I want to put in there. So here, we're back in the software. We have the capability of adding over 32 different songs, which is kind of cool. And each song can have up to 999 steps. That's a lot. There's too many, really. And we can keep adding stuff here. We got this is Boone here. I can go back here and say insert again, and it inserts right there. I can also go here and just edit it out. I don't want that. I want to add this other part in. So I can go in and out of any steps I want to go in and out of. I can find something else I want to put in there. And I might just want to do that and insert that in here. I got Boone again, and there's Boone again. And I can go down here where it says steps and go to Buster, and Buster's in there. Or I can go here and say black gold. So it's selected here, and then I can switch back and forth between what is selected and say I want to try this instead. And the beauty of it, of course, these first two you see there are 2 bars each, and this one here is 4 bars. So it tells you how many bars each step is in that song. So we're going to have 32 songs, and we have all the steps available to us. Now you'll see that same thing here in our list, our sequence list here. The length of each sequence, the BPM of that sequence, and then the repeats. Let's say, for example, I want Boone to go, let's see, a few times. So what I do here is I can repeat it. I'm just dragging and clicking 9 times. So this sequence playlist gives an overview of the sequences and how they work pretty much. Now, before I added a bunch of bars here, and this column represents bars. And this is the bar where the sequence in this list would start. So that's the column shows the start point of the bars. And it depends on the length of the preceding sequence. This means that this is 1, bar 1. But this bar 1 is length is 2 times. So that means 4. See, it's 2 times 4, that's the tempo. So that means that bar 5 is where it'll start again. So this depends on the length to get the distance to where the next bar comes in at, and also the repeats here. And of course, here's the end of the song. Another thing we have here too, if you go to like here and go all the way down, it has an HDL for like a hold right there. So just holding that space, see? But we go to 1, we have 1 there, and we have the full length of that part, which is going to be 1 time repeated, just 2 bars. Okay, so I have these sequences. And if I go to step here, I'll see all my sequences, like 6 sequences. And this pad area shows me the sequences. Like, for example, this sequence on pad A3 is 4 bars long, and the BPM is 98, and that's the name of the sequence. I can grab it, go over here, and it's in. I can grab it again, and so when I put it again, I want to go up here. It's in. So I can drag these sequences into this main area section for viewing it, or I can grab it right into my little sequence section right here, where I can put my sequence list and put it right there. So it makes it pretty easy to get around, and it's those sequences in if you want to put them in. And this way, you can arrange your song out directly from your pads, either here or over there. I can also just insert. The next part I want to show you here is right here, where the 32 actually are, is this convert to a sequence. I can clear this whole thing out. I wonder if I can undo that. Yep, we can undo that, of course. And I can convert it all into a sequence. I can press right here. I can say, well, I want to convert into a sequence. Now, when converting a song in a sequence, your song may have some muted tracks. Like I've done that before. Well, I've had to work with some artists, and they just had this one groove. And so we just took out the drums here or took this out there, and maybe the second part was almost the same, so we muted a few tracks and kept some tracks in. Well, if you do that and you make a sequence, it may be a little funny. So what happens here, we can either ignore or include the muted tracks. That's cool. If we ignore them, then that means they'll just give us an entire sequence, the length of this entire song, and nothing will be muted. We'll ignore the muted tracks. But if we include the muted tracks, that means that, yeah, we got parts we know we don't want to have play, because we're going to make this whole sequence into one length of the song so it sounds exactly like the song. So be aware that if you're going to do that, make sure tracks are muted or unmuted. I can go back and say, okay, that sounds good. And then go here and just press do it, and we're done. And that track will appear as that. And I go back here to main, and I pull it up. There it is. Song 0, song 1 is what I called it. Now you can go back here to song, I call this song 1 actually, and I can rename it actually here. I'm going to pull up song for DVD. But see, as I do that, it doesn't appear there at all, right? Because that's really song 0. I understand that too. Okay, great. So we went over steps and inserting steps and deleting steps. And here we see that particular sequence, which is boom. I can go to my step, well, that's sequence step. Step 1, here's step 2. And we see all the steps that are in the song. These are the steps as they appear. And there's that other full song right there. And you see it right there. Even though I changed the name, it still became this, right? So be aware of that too as well. And of course, each step, it'll show you here that this step is 1 to 4 bars, total bar number, what the BPM of that step is. And we can go to the next step, and then it shows you the BPM of this step, and then it also shows you the number of bars also as well. So this song sequence section is kind of cool because you can do a lot. Of course, we can go to here, we can scroll through, or we can play as is, or I can get rid of the bottom there and see the top, as usual in our view in the MPC software. So this next step is called next sequence. And how it works, I'm just going to press play. I got a sequence going on here. So kind of like move my camera a little bit here. That's pretty cool. And I'm going to grab this button right here, hit that button. I want you to see the screen, okay? I want you to see the screen first. I'm going to hit the button next. I hit the button right now. I can pick a little sequence. Hit sudden now. It went right to that one track. See, because that one there was the actual song jam going on. Now I can go sudden. I'm saying boom. I'm just hitting pads. I hit a pad, and the next sequence plays. Because in the next sequence, each pad has a sequence. I can go to, let's see what I'm going to do next. I'm going to do this one here. Play 2 at the same time, see that? Now I'm going to go to crank. And this is here, clubbish. Now I can pick what something to do. I can hit this again and go suddenly, go there right now. And it goes there. I can pick something. Sudden. Hold. I'll just keep that one held right there. That'll be right there in the groove. Now stop. And you've probably noticed the software, it just keeps adding and piling them on into one song. Now this is kind of cool to use, particularly if you're going to do a live set. And you've got these parts you want to put in or out, and you can actually, let's say I want to hold what's one part for a while because the crowd's liking this one section. I want to make sure they feel it, and you can hold that part. And now you can see, of course, I loaded a bunch of sequences from the MPC files that came with it, but you'll see here, everything I played is right here. And what it did, that next sequence just made it all happen into one big, huge part. See, and this part here was long. But I jumped from this part, so I went to sudden. I clicked sudden, but still put it into the next sequence. And if I want to keep what I did, I can go right here and say copy to song. And it becomes part of the song. Or I can erase the song, and it's all gone. So it's kind of cool, the ability to actually hit the pads, correspond to that particular sequence, and then go from there once you get started in your playing. And so next sequence is an easy way for you to get an idea of how certain parts work or don't work. And if you do like it, you copy it to a song, and you're good to go. Now we're going to look at the newest feature in the MPC Renaissance software, and that's the plugin. Now, when I first loaded it up, I showed you we loaded these plugins, these little disk was for bank and wub and 809 and something else, whatever that was. Anyway, here where instruments at, we can select plugin. And once we do, you see I've got the bank right here, so I can click on that. I'll go to edit here actually. And there's bank right there in front of us, but let's do this differently. We'll take this and we'll go to none. Then I'll select it again and I'll go add plugin. And now you see the plugins. So new plugin, I can do the bank, the rub, or the wub rather. What's this one? 809 and the noise. So I'm gonna load in the bank, and these are VST plugins, all right? And it's right there. You'll see here, right below that, we have the MIDI channel that's going to receive on. So when I play a MIDI keyboard or I play my MPC, it's going to send it out on that MIDI channel. And next here, I'm going to click right as this program and looks at a list. This is a list of all the sounds that are on this bank. And they're right there. So I want to see where these sounds are actually. Let's roll this up here. So they're there on the E bank. Okay, cool. So the sounds right there. And we've got more. Let's see. Let me try something else here. There's one more sound. You want to check out this one here. So we've got sounds in this bank. Now, I want to show you how we can do this on the hardware next. So you can go either do it on the software or on the hardware. So we can load plugins, and then we'll check some plugins out. Now we're going to load the plugin in from the hardware. So here you can see we're on the main display on our MPC Renaissance. And here our instrument is MPC. So of course, you can select MPC to put in drum programs or key groups. So I'll turn the dial here. You can always, the next one is MIDI. And after that, we have MIDI channel 1. And this is plugin, right? So now I'm just going to move the cursor over here where it says bank, and let's turn the dial. And you'll see here we have the four choices of the bank, wub, 809, and noise for our plugins. Now we can duplicate plugins as well, so you can have more than one plugin. I can have maybe 4 or 5 or 6, 7 banks, or wubs, or 809, or even noise. That makes it pretty cool. So once you've selected one, it's there, and you have it here in program. And let's say you want to edit it, and you want to look at some of the sound. You go right over here to program, edit, and you're going to pull up this bank of pages here. And these are all the parameters that you can edit for any one sound. So I'm looking at it close to 16. That's 96 different programmable edit points. It's ridiculous. Now here in the software, I've got another sound selected here. I'm going to go back up here and pick one more sound for us to deal with. Let's try this White Russian right here. And here that's a really weird sound. So look, we want to check the sound out and sort of edit that sound. So what we normally do, we go to the machine, we'll just hit program edit. And as we do, you'll notice here on the software in this bottom row, you can see all the Q-Link settings, and which is the most available Q-Link. Like for example, this one is available now. And then we can go to the next one here and then change the parameters there as we run through the Q-Links to sort of edit the sound. So you can do the same thing on the hardware, but you got to make sure you know what you're doing with each sound. And so let's go back to main screen. And this is on track 7, right? So I can go to another track. Let's go to track 8. And I can pull another plugin up. I go to plugins, and I want to add a plugin, and I can go to wub. I'll select OK. And now just add some more plugins. And we can see the sounds available here also as well. So I've got these sounds here, but we don't want to use the pads. Okay, if you use pads, you're going to get a few sounds It's going to take forever to play, right? So we're going to go to MPC, we're going to go to Preferences. And here in Preferences, we're going to go to MIDI. And it's going to make sure it's set up for MIDI here for our MIDI ports. And I'm going to go plug in a keyboard, and then we're just going to play some sounds with the keyboard and show you how that works. Set up already here, and we've got an input, and we're using an Axiom Pro, which is right over here. You can see that Axiom Pro. And I'm set up. And we're just playing the sounds that we've got here in our MPC. So let me move in closer again. Let's get a closer angle on this for you. And you'll see that we're just playing that program. Okay, so I've loaded a lot of these plugins in, and you can see them here. I've got 809, which is mostly a lot of drum sounds, like a 909, 808. And you'll notice here too, once you load it in, you'll see there are tuned kits. Like here's a tuned conga kit from 808. Here's a 909 tom-toms, just all tom-toms there. Here's a bunch of tuned snares. Those are tuned snares right there. And then we've also got here, what do we got here? We got some reflective drums. Oh, it's kind of ill. And what else we've got here? We've got a dry kit, we've got a hiker kit. And here on the top, you can see we've got a hip hop kit as well. Yep, pretty good kit. So you can pull these kits up from the 809. And then noise, which is another plugin they have here, which I already put here in this track. And noise is mostly a lot of noisy sounds. You can see them right here. And they give you a fair amount of noise sounds here. It looks like about 33 sounds you can use here in this bank. So check it out with your MPC Renaissance and see what you can do. So you can add these plugins on separate tracks. You can also layer them because you can have more than one plugin on any one track. And you can have them controlled by the same channel. For example, I may want to layer some sounds up. I'll just have them on MIDI channel 1. I might put all the bass lines on MIDI channel 2. And I would take bank and use 2 or 3 basses and then make sure they're all MIDI channel 2s. They receive the same signal and we're running them. So check it out. So here I got a new track, and I want to bring up a plugin again and show you one more feature about plugins inside of our MPC Renaissance. Now watch this. I'll go to here to plugins, and of course I'm going to select one. And I go to add a plugin. I get a list here. I go to bank, and I'll press OK. And then it's going to look for the programs, everything that's right there. Okay, it sees everything right there. We see that. Guitar, everything's right there, right? You can also press edit here, and you will get this pop out where you can look at the parameters that you can actually fix. You can turn this parameter for delay around. You can do the chorus. So you can actually do the parameters right here, and you also see this diagram that goes along with it, where you can change these parameters, and I can change them here, and you'll see what happens when you change them. You can also set it, let me go back here. This is the banjo. And rather than going back to the Q link, this is kind of cool too as well, where you can just pull this up, you see the parameters, and you see a diagram here, for example, of the amp, the filter, and the pitch. So when you do change, let's say a semitone to the pitch, or you want to do this, or we got attack, decay, sustain, and release here. And we have that rate right here also. So you can change these parameters a little bit. So you just grab that and just move it over for that attack. Get the decay a little bit more, make it more sustained to it. Let's get that sustain down. Let's get that release longer. And see, it's sustained longer. Pretty cool. Easy to do because you can see the diagram, and it makes it easier sometimes than having to just go back to the Q link. Well, I got to turn the knob and you got to listen for what it's doing. So this is like really a cool way. It's sort of like a greater interface for you. And there's one also for the other ones. Let's look at some of these other ones we have here. Let's go back and look at WUB and edit here. And we have one for the WUB as well, as you can see right there. And you can just play the items there. You can also select what you want to use. And the parameters are right here for us to change, right here. And you can see them. So this is even a better way to do it, for me actually, than having to do with the Q-Link. The Q-Link's okay, but I can at least see some of the parameters and know what they're doing and see how they're looking a little like almost the way it would look virtually on the instrument itself. And one more, let's see, one more here. This is kind of fun for me. We got a 809. Let's try this. Let's look at this interface. This is not too bad. Like a drum machine. So it's not too bad. Let's pull it down somewhat here. Here we go. You see it better here like this. And you can see the sounds right there. And we can scroll through the kits. Or reverse. This is cool here. We got a filter that we can use. You can see the filter diagrams. You can idea how that filter is going to work. Let me sustain a little bit more. Pull this down. Get a longer release out of this thing. Oh, I see it. It's not too bad. And there's one last one here I want to look at as well, and I'm pretty sure you do, the noise. Let's see the noise right now. Let's go to OK, and click here for edit, and here's the noise. That's pretty big. Not bad. And we have this virtual keyboard here. And we have little diagrams. I love the diagrams. They're kind of cool. Once you see a diagram and say, well, you can at least look at it and say, well, if I do this and I see it that way, how's it going to sound? And it's always good. And we got the red or the pinkish and gray knobs here. Cool virtual knobs. So it's not bad. Looks pretty good. Pretty decent software. I kind of like it a lot. So check out your plugins that come with your MPC Renaissance. Sometimes I'm going to add some effects here and there in the mix. And particularly when I'm working with an MPC like this in this format, it gives me a chance to sort of test out whether certain ideas will work, whether delay will work here, or reverb, or a compressor, or whatever. And so let's do that now here in this MPC Renaissance software. So the first thing I did was I went to Mixer, here in the program Mixer, and I assigned some effects to some sounds. Now how I do this pretty much is just go here, as I told you earlier before, turn inserts on, then I want you to apply an effect. In this case, in the kick drum, I applied a phaser. Then here are the tom-toms, I've got a flanger going on, a flanger sync. Now this one's not sync, so I'm gonna get this one to be a flanger sync like that right there. Right, there we go. Let me turn this down a little bit for us here. And then we also have a reverb on top of this chilly snare here. It happens right here, right now. Okay. And nothing else is here. So what I want to do next is go back. Matter of fact, I think I have one other track that has something, but it's real simple. That little effect sound there. It's got a compressor on it. Now here, I'm going to use my Q-Link. So this will also work on your hardware as well. I'm just showing how to set up here on the Q-Links and how we set it up now. So here, I can click on my first one here, and that's going to be this phase sync. Now I go back to Program Mixer, and you'll see there's a phase sync on that kick drum, right? So we go back here, and I want to I want to get this one here, this one to be that. So what I might make it easier, since I know it's 2, I'll go back to here and then make sure this is none. That's zilch. There's nothing on that at all, totally. And then I want to click on this one here, which is 2, and I want it to correspond to number 2 on my pads, and I want to get that, what's it called now again? There it is. Right there. And now that effect is there, right? So I can also trigger either max or minimum right here. And I can do max or minimum right there like that. And then I can set the parameters. So these are the parameters that I have to adjust for that particular effect. And this is wet or dry. So I can play it. And number two, make it dry. So you hear the difference. Now, what I want to do next is let's go back here to the program mixer and look at these tom-toms with this flange effect going on, right? So let's do the reverb here on 15. That'll be much louder, you'll be able to hear it better. And that's that reverb. So now it's 15. I'm going to go to 15, which is right here. I'm going to click on that Q-Link knob, and then we're going to put the reverb there for automation. So here's the reverb, a large reverb, pad 15. See, it even tells you that. So great. It's right there now, and now I can use that there. And now I want to see what parameters I can automate. We can automate the diffuse, we can automate decay, wet, dry. We have the pre-delay and also the early delay and also the density in that effect as well. So one that'll make it easier is this wet and dry will probably be the best thing for us to hear, so we'll hear what's going on. And now I will play it back. That's it right there. Now I'll turn it off. Maybe that reverb on no more. Now I'll turn it back on. And you can hear that. So to automate any of these effects, it's pretty simple. All you really want to do is you're going to go to record and overdub. I'll normally go from play start, and we can record these changes in that we make with these effects. And you'll see it here also on the software and also on the hardware as I turn the knobs later on I stop. It'll keep going. So let's do this right now. And sometimes I might want to get a little click before I start to make it easier. So let's go about and get me an MPC click. And then what we're going to do, we're going to get ourselves, make it a quarter note. I'm going to make sure it's just in play and record only. I want to hear this metronome. And we'll start off. Another way to automate in the mix is to do it directly within the grid. So here we're on the grid, and I've set up this real-time pad mute. That's easy to do. You go to automation, you go to real-time, and you can select from pitch bend to sustain, reset, all notes off. Plus we have pad automations like aftertouch, tuning, filter cutoff. You can see right here, resonance. We also have panning, level. And right here, I've got this pad that I'm using. So we'll get to here. And then you're going to select your track, your element. I'm going to select the drum right here. And let's stick some automation if I want to. I can get rid of some of these kick drums if I want, some spots. That's pretty simple to do right there. I can undo that too as well. So you can provide some automation. I can do that sometimes in a separate sequence. I might have a sequence where I want to have the kick drums come out just for a mix effect, which is really cool to do too. And you can also pan also. I can go back in here and then do a pan. Here's pan right here. And let's see the pan. Let's try to pan on these hi-hats right here. And you can see once you hide a track, you'll notice that the velocities are highlighted as well. So these are pretty much high velocities. So I want to go into here, and now I want to get a real-time element parameter. Here we go, right here. I'll use this, and I want to just do this automatically before it even gets in there. So I want to probably drag this down some, and then what had happened a little bit across the middle, so it goes from one end to the next, sort of like this. And I'll hear this back a little bit. So it crosses my ear just like that. Now, a great feature of MPC is this pad mute we had years ago, and they sort of amplified it more, made it a lot better. And they've got pad mute and track mute and group mute, which is kind of cool also as well. So to do this on the hardware, we've got to press Shift, and then we're going to press the track mute button right there. Now, to do it on the software, let's go back to main again. It's pretty simple. You see here in the top tab, next to sample edit, we have pad mute. And we'll click it right there, and the same thing happens. And what we can do here is that in real time, we can hit pads and cut off certain sounds. Now you'll see here in this group I've got set up here for the track mixer. I'll play this back a little bit. I have 7 different tracks. Kick, pads, it's got this hi-hat, percussion, clap, you got a kick, a sub-kick, and a ride kick. So now that you heard the track, we're going to go back here to pad mute. And here in pad mute, I can just hit pads and then cut stuff off. It's pretty simple. I'll press play. Just only 7 sounds. These are just pads. Just drum pads and drum sounds. I'm bringing it back in. You can also record this too. I can go like this, push record. And that clap is just the metronome. And you see now the automation is happening. Stop. And we can always undo that. Press undo, and it's undone. And put these pads back on, and play from the top. And no more automation. That's how pad mute works. Pad group. Before we do group, though, I want to explain one thing here. You see here on the MPC on the F button 4 and 5. So 4 is a time division, depending what that time division is. In this case, it's probably 16th notes. And TC is time correction. And what time correction does is if you need to have a pad fall into a certain event, like maybe an ending of the beat or the beginning of a measure somewhere, well, we can set it for a time correction. That way when you do hit the pad, it'll fall exactly on that point based on time correction, depending on whether you're in 16th notes, 8th notes, 32nd notes, even 64th note triplets. Either way, it'll time correct according to the subdivision. Now we're going to go back here over to pad group. And you can hit pad group as well here on the software. You see the modes here, it's pretty simple. There's pad group, and now we're in pad mute pad group right here. And so what happens here is I can have several pads cut off and on and put them in the same group. And how it works on the software, pretty much as it does on the hardware, is that I just hit a pad and that pad will belong to that group. So I'll say I got pad 1 here, this pad, and that pad has no group. So I'll do is I go here on the machine here, I can just turn my data wheel. And now it's group 1. See, it says pad 1 right there. I can go to pad 2. My data wheel again. And that says pad 2, which is group 1 also. And I can go to here. And we'll do the pad 3 and make that group 1 too. So now, I'm just going to go back over to pad mute and play track. I just have to hit one pad. See, fall out. I'll make some more groups on the fly. And I'll make that one. Group 2. This pad group 2 as well. So you can do it while the music's playing at the same time. Good. Go back to my pad mute. I'm just hitting a few pads there. See that? They're back in, they're out. I'm taking both out together. Right on time to the beat. Now we're going to time correction. So it's on time each time I touch the pad. It falls right in time. See, just wait now. It'll blink and it falls in time. And it makes it much easier to get every time you hit the pad in time with the rhythm. And that's how we can do pad mute and lock it with pad group. And track mute's similar, except it's tracks. Now, I'll show you for a view again. Here we are in track mixer mode. And you notice I have these tracks right I said before in the last video. So we're going to track mute, and you'll see that each pad has a name of those tracks. As you can see right there. And so we have 7 tracks, you can see. So, and in the middle here, we also have track group. Like before, we had pad group, we have track group as well. So I can go to a track and mute it the same way. And I'm going to turn time correction on again. I want to quantize probably to the nearest 16th note. And we'll play this from the top. Let me turn off my metronome actually too. I think it's playing in sync. And a lot of times when you turn the software off, it defaults back to that setting. Okay, let's try it. Yep. You can see right there the pads are out. Hi-hats now. I have solo here, so I hit a solo. I'll turn the solo off, press F6. That track is empty, let me touch that one. Another solo. Back in again. That's pretty cool. You can go from track mute to solo, but you can't do the pad, which is really great here to do that. And we still have our quantized value set up also as well. Now, as before, we had the group mute, right? We grouped a couple of pads and muted them. Same thing here. I'll press this button right here, And now we have the ability to set up a group to mute. And I can just turn the knob. We're at a maximum of 16 groups, no matter what we do, whether it's in a pad group or a track group. And I can set this up, the first two here, and hit the pad, and then turn the data wheel. Hit this pad again, turn the data wheel here, and we go right back to it. Track mute. And play. Track mute. See, we're in sync now. Before I was just in the group mute, and you can't play anything here. All set. This time you hit the pad, I can place it in. Go back to track mute, and it'll work. So that's how we do pad mute, track mute, and group mute. And also, we can solo in the mix as well. Now remember, you can also record this stuff. You can just go back into your MPC and go to record or overdub, and then you can overdub the sequence you want to record it out of. And if you like it, you can take it and export it as a song. Well, once you're done, you got the song completed, and you maybe got a track done. You're doing a commercial or something, right? And you want to bounce it out. Well, sometimes you want to export the file out. And since this is an MPC AKAI program, you can do it, and you can bounce a file out as an MPC 1000 to an MPC 2500 sequence, or to a program, or to a 5000 program or sequence. You can make a MIDI export, and we can do audio. So, for example, here, once I select that, I'm here, and it says export as an MPC 1000 format sequence. So you'll see here on the file, it says .seq, which is the file you would need for an MPC 1000. So you would save it, and I would save it in, well, anywhere I want to save it, actually. I could save it on my desktop. I just select where I want to save it at. It'll save it there. Let's cancel that out. Now next here we have, under File, we can export a program. And you see here it says here Electro Kit 2 PGM. And that's the extension for the MPC program file. It says here export as an MPC 1000 format program file. Let's cancel out of that one. And the next option we have here is for a 5000 sequence. See that? And that's MID, but it's still for a 5000 formatted sequence for the MPC 5000. And the next format we got there is for the program. Here it is. This is the MPC 5000 program export file. So it'll export it out, and see here, this is the extension for that, which is 50S right there. So you can make your project up, and if you want, you can bring it back up in another machine like the MPC 1000, the MPC 2500, or the MPC 5000. Now, we're going to go back here to File, and I'm going to MIDI export. You can also export MIDI files. So here, there were 9 tracks, and it exports them, all 9 tracks, as MIDI files. See that? And it makes it as SEQ. That's the name of the file right there. This is an SXQ, which is a file that can be read by this program. And we can also export audio mixed down, which is really cool. So here we have the start and the end, and a tail off here, which is in seconds, 1 second. And the render option can be from separate tracks or from the master output. So I can render each as a separate track or the master output. We have file format. I can either be WAV, AIFF, or an MP3 file. We can't have all three. It's got to be one or the other. Now, as a select wave, we have a bit depth option here. So it's going to either be 8-bit, 16, 24, 32. And if I go AFF, same thing. But let's go to MP3. It's different. Here in MP3, it's 128, 160, 192, and 320 for our bit depth. And of course, we have sample rate, 44, 48, 88.2, and 96 kilohertz. So in this case, I'm going to probably dump something out at 44.1, and I'll just do an export here. I got to figure out how to export it too, so I'm going to probably export that probably to the desktop maybe. Desktop right there. And see what happens? Just looking for folders to put it in. So I'll put the desktop right there, and I'm going to say, okay, let's export it. And the file's exported to the desktop. It's that easy. And if you want to send in separate files too, I like to do that most of the time when I'm going to mix. I like to have my stuff in separate files and bring up in software like Pro Tools or Logic. So I'd go here to mix down audio. And if I had a bunch of tracks, I go here, okay, separate tracks. I'll make them all wave. I'll keep them 16-bit, 44 in this case. And of course, they'll go right back to the desktop. I'll go export to this desktop here. And just .groove wave and export, save. Yep, overwrite. And they're all saved to the desktop. Now here's the sequence. This is in song form. We're in song mode here. And I've got these parts in it. You can see here, the sequences are in. If I want to change them, I can. So I might just do one thing I want to do. I want to bring this electro one right here in, right at the bottom there. That's in. And if you want to change any one of these sequences, just click on this little triangle right here to the left, and I can select any of the sequence to put in song form. Okay? So I got this set up. It's pretty cool. Now I want to export this out. We're going to go to export. We go to here, as audio mixdown. That means it's going to come out the master in this case. I want to use the master only. And I want to go from the top to the end here. So see, we got length of each bar here. So we're going to export the whole thing out. So we got master, wave, 16-bit. We'll do that for right now. And export. And desktop, yes, we want to export to the desktop. And wave file. So we'll press save. And it's export the file. Let's go back to here. And we can play it back right here. That's it. I can press stop. And that's how we can export the file. It gets on your desktop. It's a WAV file, and you can use it anywhere you want. You can probably use it for a CD or put in other software. I could sometimes make stems where I have just the drums all in separate files, and I can pull them up into Pro Tools or Logic or other software and play it from there.